Good morning, everyone. I'm here at the Nordic Boulder Championship, sending from Sweden, Gothenburg, and Grepp, Lerum this year. And we're just about to get ready to do the presentation of the U17 climb bus, and we'll soon get you into pictures as well, so you can see all the athletes that qualified through from yesterday. We had a really rough qualifying session, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that during the screen time, depending on how much is going on. We're going to have both the male and the female climbers climbing at the same time. About halfway through, we'll also have 2 female climbers and 2 male climbers on the wall simultaneously. So it's going to be pretty hectic from my side, but hopefully a lot of really cool climbing for all of you to view. But now on to the presentation of the finalists. We have Juno Rikuti from Sweden, Ronja Sand from Denmark coming out here, and we have Ellie Levin from Estonia. There she comes. Next one up, we have Johanne Flembø from Norway. She will be followed out by Viola Rajala from Finland. After her, we will have a Danish climber, Sia Norman Triere. And second to last out, we have Virginia Vignal from Norway. And finally, the last female climber in the U70 final is Alva Ishøy from Denmark. I do apologize beforehand for the mispronunciation of the names of the climbers. I will try to improve during the stream. In the male U17 final, we have Sulo Reuter from Finland.
Next up, from Sweden, Edvin Bengtsson.
And from Sweden, we have Edvin Bengtsson. See if we can get them into the live stream as well. From Norway, we have Gabriel Jon Strøyvik Renshav. And from Sweden, we have Leontine Denanto. Here we go, now we can finally see them. And from Finland, we have Vilo Talvasami. And from Denmark, we have Noah Nielsen. And Leo Laio from Finland is going to be our second to last climber out. And finally,
winner of the qualification for male U17, Daniel Igne Andersson from Iceland.
And from Iceland, we have Daniel Igne Andersson, who won the qualification round yesterday, and he will then be the final climber out today. Now the climbers will have an observation time for 8 minutes, where they can go around and view the boulders, probably trying to find the boulders which they are going to climb on. So the walls currently have both the female climbs and the male climbs. You can see the little pink paper sheets on the wall, which indicates which group it is, and you can now see the male climbers viewing the M1 problem. I went out to look at these ones, and this one looks really intricate and fun. All the volumes on the wall they're a lot worse than what they look like from this angle. The edges aren't too sharp, and at least I thought it could be kind of tricky to read it and figure out what sequence to use the different volumes in. And then the top hold is the little yellow one. The white hold is for, I think it's M4. So there are 2 different top holds, but it's the yellow one that they're aiming for. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we can also see the U70 women view the first climb. This looked really cool. It's a pop to the right and stand up into overhead shoulder press that we kind of can't see because there's a lamp in the way, or maybe it's the camera. And then you go out to the right, and I think you then have to mantle up on the left volume, pressing out through your shoulder, which I think should be quite hard. into this volume hold and up to the top. I don't think that one's too tricky to read. There aren't that many holds to choose from. And as you can see now, they're moving away from the first climb, and they're now going to view their second climbs.
You have 6 minutes left.
But as it's a free viewing, they can move around as they wish. So they're viewing, I think now both of the groups are viewing their fourth climb instead of their second climb. The male problem, which is on the left-hand side now, starts in a fairly decent hold underneath. It's a bit tricky to see it. And then they move up through the roof. It's a lot steeper than what it looks like. I think this is a better view of it. So you have to move out through the roof. Using these they're quite positive, the holds, but it's not that much of a texture, and it's quite a big distance they need to move to the left, crossing the wall, which is it's quite a lot more vertical than the starting point. For the female climb, it's a swinging start, I think. You have to jump and land on the boxes and then move across to the right. Maybe a pedal dyno towards the end. I'm going to explain a little bit more what I mean with that as we go on. I'll also explain the different starting positions and the point scoring holds that we have, but I'm hoping to get one of them into better view because I can't really see all of the starting points on either of these climbs at the moment. Here we go. So for the starting positions, if you look at the M1 again, which is straight ahead of us, the yellow climb, you can see the 4 white tapes. Those indicate the starting positions, meaning that all 4 limbs, so your 2 hands and your 2 feet, need to be touching each and one of these. So for this one, I'm assuming it's the left hand on the left side and the left foot, and then right foot and right hand on the right hand side. You can also see the little circle halfway up through the wall, which has a number 10 on it. So that's the first point scoring hold that we have. And then the top is a 25-point hold. And you can see these coming through on each and one of the different problems that we have. So for each try the climber gives without getting to the point scoring hold, they will be deducted 0.1 point. So if you do the climb the first attempt that you have, you will be awarded 25 points. If you do it on your second attempt, that score will be 24.9 points. And the same goes for the 10-point holds, where a flash to the 10 point gives you 10, and then 0.1 deduction for each attempt therefrom. And it's the highest score that you will be given. So 25 is the top score that you can get from each and all of the problems, meaning that the total maximum you can have at the end of the final is 100 if you do a perfect round, which is very, very rare. So now back to the climbs. The men are now viewing, I think it's M3. It's M3. This one here, it's really curious. They have it's kind of a decent hold underneath the volume. You can kind of see them touching it. But the feet are really high up. It looks like it's going to be a really squanched position, and the footholds are not great. So it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle it. And also, as you see, the climbers are allowed to touch the starting holds and the starting feet, but they're not allowed to touch anything else on the wall. So what the men are doing now when they're actually grabbing onto the volume and the hold beneath it, that's totally fine. They are not allowed to jump up and touch any of the yellow holds that you can see. Same goes for the women, obviously. The female 2 problem, which is what we see here, the green one, it looks really cool, but super pinch intense. You can see one of the climbers actually touching the pinch there. That's the starting position. It looks strenuous. And you move through these volumes, which have these flat edges. All of them are pinches. And then you need to, I think, generate a little bit of power and movement out to the right into these volcano holds that are slopier than what they look like. It's going to be taxing. And as it's the second problem, I hope they don't burn through too much energy, so they have enough energy to go through with the subsequent 2 problems that they have. And for those of you just joining us, we're watching the viewing of the U17 final. Both men and women will climb at the same time. We have 6 women and 6 men through to the finals. Qualifiers yesterday was really, really rough. All of these athletes climbed so well, and it was really tight to get into the finals. I think it was just a 0.2 score that differentiated between the 6th climber in and the 7th climber, who's unfortunately not in the finals here today. Regardless of where you placed, I was watching all of the qualies yesterday, and everyone climbed super well, and I hope that the athletes and their friends and families are really proud of their achievement. For the finals, it's going to be interesting to see. As I said, yesterday's qualifiers was hard. Interestingly, we have all the nations through to this final, at least on the men's side, where we have representatives from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Estonia. Sorry, that's the women's side. And on the men's side, we have representatives from Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. So that's really cool to see that most of the nations are represented here in the final. It means that we have a really good width of the climbers throughout the Nordic countries. I think it's the first year that Estonia is here with representatives, and this was an initiative from a couple of years ago where we wanted to extend the Nordic Championships to include Estonia, Lithuania and Lapland, I think. I might be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But I think it's super cool to see that they're here today competing against the rest of the Nordic countries, and super psyched for Eli from Estonia who made it through to the final. All right, that's the viewing done. I think the athletes are now going back into isolation to do their final prep, maybe go through some of the beta before they're ready to start climbing. For those of you who aren't acquainted with bouldering, which I think most of you are, it's early in the morning. I don't know why you would otherwise switch on your YouTube this early. But the athletes are allowed to speak to each other and share beta if they want to. So there is no limitation on whom they can speak to. They have coaches or sometimes physios back in the isolation. Those are not allowed to come out into the viewing with them, but they can still speak to them if they want to in isolation. When they're on the mats to climb the boulders, they're not allowed to get input from friends, family or coaches. Then they're on their own. So it's a fairly intense, it's a very intense format, bouldering competition, where not only you're trying your best to be physically active or coordinate well in the movements, but you also need to maintain your mental game and have your head on top of your shoulders so that you don't do anything too rash. And I think we have our first athletes ready to start climbing, and they're going to come out in reverse order from how they qualified, meaning that the person who was last into the finals, qualifying in 6th position, is the climber who starts today's final. So we have Juno Rikuti from Sweden and Sulo Rauter from Finland. And there's the buzzers, so we now have the climbers on stage. As I said, Juno from Sweden and Sulo from Finland. And they're off. Let's see. It's a really strenuous position for both of the climbers, but in very different ways. Juno needs to transition over to her right side and step up into the shoulder press above her head. It's both timing intense and requires a lot of shoulder strength. I think she's just a little bit short on the step up. And Sulo, he needs to move. I actually thought the starting position looked really hard. I could not figure out how to do it. So what we can't see is that it's actually a corner that the man needs to go around, and the distance between the handhold and the foothold is very narrow. So you can see he's quite squunched in the position, matching a very, very small crimp. There's a small foot jib that he's standing on now. And the number 10 scoring hold that he's going for, it's not super positive, which you can see he's sliding off to the right, but he's trying to break off the movement, I think, by stabbing his foot on the lowest volume. Let's see if he can figure out how to do that move and maybe slow it down a little bit more. Oh, I like what Juno's trying here. Instead of going dynamic, she's trying to press out and get her feet up. It's really smart climbing of Juno, trying what I thought was the intended beta twice, and now for the third try she actually opted to see if she could figure it out in a different way, as her first two attempts didn't work out. I think she can do it in both ways, to be honest, but she needs to probably engage a little bit more through her shoulders and her core. Easier said than done, especially when you're on the mats. It's really close try from Juno. Let's see how Sulok is doing here. He stuck it. Oh, he went with both hands to the crimp this time. That's also a really good adjustment from Sulo, not trying what he tried before, but actually switching it up a little bit. And now he's into these boxes, and as you can see, like the holds are not great. This is a better angle. You can see that it's a bit of a sharp edge, but everything is pointing in the wrong direction. So he needs to really press through his feet, and those volumes are slippery. Juno is getting so close too. And I think this is Juno's first final. I don't know how she did in the Swedish Nationals, but it's definitely her first, as she's also youth 17. I don't think it's her first Nordic Championship, so she's done super well getting into the finals here today. And these climbers, the U17 group, they're born 2010 to 2012, so it's a difference in age. I think the youngest one is 15 who came through to the finals, but I'm not sure who that was. I can't remember the statistics I checked yesterday. So from 15 to 16 and a half, something like that. And it's also an interesting age, well, not age, but an interesting time in life, because the athletes can differ so much in both the height and the amount of muscle builds that they have, and some of them have been climbing from a really young age, and some of them maybe started climbing just a few years ago. And it's super interesting. Unfortunately, I don't know that much about these young climbers because they're just entering the competition scene that I'm normally part of. But at the same time, I think these are the names that we want to be keeping an eye on, because they're going to be the athletes that we'll see through the next coming years. And now next out we should have Ronja Sand from Denmark and also Edvin Bengtsson from Sweden. And Edvin topped, so the qualifiers yesterday was 6 different boulder problems, and they climbed 3 of them, had a half an hour break, and then they got on with another the other round of 3. And Edvin topped 3 out of 6 boulders, and he got all zones. And for Ronja, she topped, I think it was 2 out of the 6 boulders with 3 zones. And now we can see Ronja in this shoulder press position, whilst Edvin is trying to jump out to the right. And this is a really high foot, and you can see how much she's engaging through her right shoulder to step up into this volcano. And these volcanoes can be really slippery. Like, it looks like a decent hold, but it depends on the position of it. But she does really well, and I think that was a flash for Ronja. Quick and easy, so she will have a little bit longer rest than what she would have had otherwise, and we get to focus on Edvin. I liked what he was doing there with palm pressing onto the wall to try to break the swing that he's getting as he's moving out from the starting position. And the climbers haven't been allowed to see these boulder problems before the observation time that we were watching before. But what the route setters sometimes do is that they chalk up the holds to indicate, oh, this is really cool, to indicate what should or could be used as a handhold. So you can see these volumes are really chalked up. It's to give a little bit of extra friction, but it's also a way for the route setters to give away some of the methods, or what we call the beta, to solve the climb. Sometimes it's useful, and sometimes it can be a bit of a lure, because the climbers can also, I'm going to say cheat the beta, but it's not cheating, so don't get me wrong there. But they will break the beta, so they will figure out a way to do the climb which the route setters didn't intend, and those beta breaks can sometimes be easier than the intended method. I'm not sure these climbs would give themselves to that so much, not from what I saw. Maybe there was one climb that I thought maybe there is an alternative method, but we'll see. Oh, he's trying a knee bar. I wonder if he's been watching Hannes Puman and doing a double stack, which I don't think would help. But this is really strong from Edvin, and you can look at how much he's pressuring through his right foot. And that's, yeah. It's an aesthetic climb though, but it looks so hard. And you can see up top in our screen, we also have the little watch. So Edvin now has 45 seconds to go. And we're doing, the format for the Nordic Championships is that when the time's up, he needs to drop down from the wall. The old format, which was 4+ minutes, you could continue climbing as long as you were on the wall when your 4 minutes were up. But this is not the format we're using, so when his time is up, he needs to drop down from the wall. But it looks like Edvin has secured a zone, so he will walk away from this boulder problem with scores on the board, which is always nice for your final. And that's Edvin's time. And he will now walk off back into ISO, where he will have a rest. And now we have Ellie Levin from Estonia starting her final round. And we also have Gabriel Jon Støvik Renschau from Norway. And that's their timer. And on the men's side, we're now moving into the group of climbers who came through with 4 tops. And it was super tight. The men's final towards the top, as I said, everybody came through with 4 tops and 2 or more zones, apart from Daniel the Icelandic, who actually topped 5 of the 6 boulders. For Ellie from Estonia, she made it through with 2 tops and 4 zones, including the women's third problem that was super tricky yesterday. And so judging on that, I think she's a fairly powerful climber, but I didn't really get to watch her that much during qualis yesterday. There were so many athletes to keep an eye on. But you can see how she's working through her shoulders, really squeezing herself into that box and staying so close to the wall. This is very impressive. And Ellie is no stranger to finals. If I have my information right, she's also competed in the youth championships in bouldering in Finland, I think it was, but I can't remember, where she placed 81st. So she went through the qualifications but didn't progress through to semifinals. But she's been competing on the international stage, even at such a young age. And you can see she's using a different, she's going with the right foot up instead of the left foot up, which we saw Ronja do. I think this makes for a little bit harder position because she needs to then move out to the right. But let's see if she can get, super flexible, matching the hold. I think this is the flash attempt from Ellie. And that's the top. So it's slightly different movement from what we saw from Ronja, but nevertheless she made it work. I think she made it a little bit harder going with the right foot up, but it depends on your shoulder strength and your flexibility, and maybe that's the way that she prefers to do her high steps. And now we're back to Gabriel on the first problem. And we've seen this move a few times. We know that it's doable. Then we've seen the climbers get a little bit stumped towards that volume section. As I said before, I have no idea how to read that. And we saw a lot of the previous climbers try many different things, so I think it is kind of tricky to read. Then again, we're only 3 climbers on. Oh, this is really strong from the Norwegian climber, trying to campus pinch the volumes. I think using the feet is probably gonna be good in the long run. But I mean, play to your strength, it's final. And for those of you who are nearby and want to come and watch the Nordic Championships in person, we are currently in at Grepp in Lerum, Stenkullen, Sweden. So make your way over here and take part of the bus and fuss that's going around in the venue. We have 2 more finals to go later on in the evening, but right now it's the U17 climbers, and we're watching Norwegian climber Gabriel trying to do the first climb of the day, and he, like the other guys, opted to go both hands to the crimp, and now he's trying his campus move again, I think. Looks like it. But he's really struggling with the volumes, and that's going to be taking a lot of skin. Final try. Good work from him though, and points on the board for Gabriel as well.
Thank you, Gabriel. Coming out.
Next one out, we have Johanne Flembø from Norway, who's going to get on to the women's first boulder problem. And we have Leontine Denato from Sweden. If you want to keep up with the scores and the standings, you can visit the Climb Along website or download the app and search for the Nordic Bouldering Championships 2026, and there you can get the live scores and current standings throughout the final. I will try to keep you updated as we go, but I'm also trying to follow what's happening on the climbing wall. So, Johanna is in starting position. Let's see how she figures this pop-up. And she goes one hand, and she backs down. This is perfectly fine. She hasn't wasted, she hasn't lost an attempt. She's still on the wall, so one attempt counts when her feet are back on the ground. So I think she's still on her flash attempt. Really, really working through her shoulders. I think she made the move harder than it had to be, but good for her to try. I mean, all the attempts will count towards the end, so she tried to make the most out of the position she entered herself in. Meanwhile, Leontine has stuck the move to the 10 point, I think, on his second attempt. And he's pressing through his right foot on the volume. I do think this is the intended method. We've seen the athletes come furthest this way. But it's such a strenuous position. And I don't know if he should move out right with his hands or left, like we saw some previous climber try. And here we have Johanne in the shoulder press move, and you can see the angle. Wow. It's really awkward, and you can now see how she's twisting and turning and rolling her shoulders to trying to get this palm press up, but at the same time she needs to get the height for her foot. I think the previous climbers, what they did was that they pressed up through their shoulders, so they got tall and high on both arms before they tried to put their feet on. Let's see if Johanna can figure out a way to solve that move in a way that works for her body and her style of climbing. This is what I love with commentating and watching climbing. I love to climb myself as well, but I do enjoy watching other people climb and to see how they all solve the same challenge in so many different ways. They all have their own strength and limitations, techniques they prefer. Unfortunately, a lot of people also carry small injuries or niggles. I hope that's not the case with any of our finalists today, because that can really put a hamper into your climbs. But it's so cool to see how they all work through it. And I think Leontine, he's doing really well here. He tried to use the lower foot instead of the higher right foot this time. I thought he looked slightly harder. And now I think Johanna is she's in a slightly better position, but she needs to rotate her right shoulder through. And it's so hard. So we have Johanna back in position. Oh, she's trying something new. This is what I was talking about. Look, like she's adjusting and adapting. She wasn't liking the method she was trying, so now she just swung her foot up first. I mean, this is still really hard, but it's super interesting. She's so young and she's using both her wit and her strength. And look at that knee drop. I would cry if my foot did that. But let's see how she can. I hope her knee is okay. This kind of hurts my soul and body, but she seems to be alright. Unfortunately, she's going to run out of time just as she figures out how to do the sequence. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But it was really, really cool and super good climbing from Johanna, trying to work that out and figuring it out. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late. And now we're going to move into the more chaotic part. We're going to have 4 climbers on the screen at the same time. So we will have Juno and Sulo back out on stage on the second climb, whilst we'll also see Viola Rajala from Finland and Vilo Talvisala, I'm just going to give up on the surnames, from Finland. 2 Finnish climbers out on the first problems, and we have Juno and Sulu back out on what is now the second climb. So we'll see how this goes. I can also see the chat. It's really nice that you're engaging through the YouTube chat. I don't always have my eyes on it, but I will try to look into it every so often. So we have a question on who decides when who to start and what order to start. So they went through a qualifying round yesterday. And based on the scores that they got through that, they are ranked 1 to 6 from qualifiers. And in the finals, you start in reversed order. So the last person into the final yesterday, number 6, which is Juno and Sulu, they are the first climbers out in the final. And then we go through the list. So the last climber we will see were the athletes who came through with the highest scoring point yesterday. So that's the starting order. And as some of you noted, we don't have designated brushers here, so it's up to the athletes to brush the climbs themselves. And it's also part of the tactics that you use in climbing, that brushing the holds and the footholds is really important, but it can also be a way to actually get some information about the holds. You can feel the indentation on the crimps or the angles of slopers. And now we can see the Finnish climber, Vilo. He's actually gotten through this really tricky section. Oh no! I think that crimp is actually really, really small, but he climbed so well through the volumes. And now we also, maybe we had that in view before, but on the right-hand side, we can also see M2, which is a slab, a balancy slab. The starting position, I think, I didn't see it, but they jump up to the 10 hold, which is fairly decent, but then they start this slow move out to the left. And there are no handholds on the wall, and the footholds are not great. Some of them are dual tech, and they're not very positive, as you can see there. And now we have, let's see if Viola can figure this shoulder press out. She's going out to the right. Maybe she's going to try to kick her foot out. Yeah, look at this here. Let's see if she can turn her body around and press up through the shoulders. It's one of these moves that when you see athletes do it, it looks quite easy, but it is so intense on the shoulders. And it's also about what position your arms and your shoulders are in as you try to press out. Because if you're slightly off angle, your muscles just won't engage. And there's also a risk that you will injure your shoulder if you press through too hard in the wrong position. And this is why you see the athletes constantly like moving in and around and twisting, getting their shoulders in the correct position to do the press up. And whilst she's resting, we also get to see Sulo back on the slab and his countryman Vilo back on the volume problem. Let's see if he remembers what he did the first time and can repeat it and hopefully also get to the top. He's getting both feet on the volume, but unfortunately he just slides off. I think the 2 footholds that Sulo is standing on right now, they were the 2 worst ones. That you can see there is like a white hold. Yeah, he's grabbing that one now. That's actually a double stacked foothold and it protrudes a little bit more from the wall than the ones he's currently on. Still, it's not great. And there is it's a long way to the top, which we can't see really, but it's up there, the little 25. So none of the athletes will be able to just stand up on their feet and grab it. They will actually need to jump for it. We have Viola back in. Oh, and now we get to see F2 as well, the pinch mania that I wrote down in my notebook. I thought it looked really cool, but it's so taxing. But she just fell off. I was just about to say she's climbing so well. And we have Viola back on the shoulder press, and also at the same time Vilo on the volumes. Let's see now if he's doing super well. But he's running out of time. Oh no. Oh, that hurts my heart. We had so many of those moments yesterday, both happy moments where people were tapping on the buzzer, just walking away with the full points. But we also had so many times where the athlete was just short of time, and that just breaks my heart. All right, moving through the list, we now have Sia Norman Triere from Denmark on women's 1, and we should have Noah Nielsen from Denmark on men's 1, and we have Ronja and Edvin back on men's 2 and women's 2. And I like this from Edvin. He starts by brushing. It gives him, as I was saying, it gives him a little bit of headspace, focusing, what am I going to do? What's the climb that I'm facing? But he can also get a little bit of information. He's not allowed to touch any of the holds, but he can brush them. And with the brush, you can actually feel the angles a little bit better and find small jibs that you can use. So I like that he was brushing it, and also the footholds. Really important for slab climbing. And here is this really cool starting position on the women's. So they need to start with both feet on the big green blob, like she's doing there, marking it, and then they have this little small foot chip. This is really steep. She's climbing basically out through a cave, and we can't see it in the live stream, but it's a lot steeper than what it looks like. So Ronja is doing super well here, using those pinches and getting her feet really high. Super solid position here from Ronja from Denmark. Nice knee drop. And I think the hold that she's using for her right hand is really, really bad. Yeah, she's popping out right, and she's holding. This is so cool. It's really well climbed from Ronja, and we have a top. I don't think it was a flash. I think it was her second attempt. And the crowd goes wild. And now we get to see Edvin on the slab, and I think basing on the fact that we don't have any female climber on F1, that also Sia made quick work of her first boulder problem today. As I mentioned before, you can tag in to climb along either using the app or the website to follow the results live as the competition carries on. And we now have Edvin, who popped up to the point scoring hold. And we also have Noah from Denmark on the men's 1, which now we have it in view. This is excellent. As I mentioned before, we have 4 climbers on the wall at the same time, so it's a little bit tricky to get everyone into view and to keep up with what's going on, but we are all doing our best here. If you're in Gothenburg, Sweden, pop into Grepp in Lerum and watch the finals live. It's going to be a bus. You can get tickets in the counter or presumably maybe on their website as well. Don't actually know that. Should look it up. So let's watch Emil try to work his way through this slab. And the green dish that he's standing on, it's not very positive. It has like a bit of a slanting edge, but it's not much he's standing on. You can see him really working through his calves and his foot, like his heel is pointing downwards, putting a lot of pressure there. See if he can match the feet and step out. And we also have Noah Nielsen from Denmark on men's 1, trying to catch that first scoring crimp. This is really nice work from Edvin, and as I mentioned, I like the top hold is really... No, he just slipped off. 35 seconds on a slab, it's not a lot of time. Let's hope he can transition through it a bit quicker. And we also have Noah jumping for the 10, and he's grabbing it. This is really cool. 19 seconds on the clock. Let's see if Noah can work this out really, really quickly. It's gonna be a buzzer beater if he managed to get through. I don't know if you can hear the crowd behind me, but it's getting quite tense. His teammates are cheering for him, and everybody's basically standing watching the clock. And Noah oh, that's hard. That's hard. So the rules are that both hands needs to be on the top hold by the time 4 minutes is up, and I think that was tight. I am not sure they're going to award him the top. And this is the heartbreaking moments. I really, really hope he gets the top. He was climbing so well. Once he got through the 10th, he was so efficient through the volumes. Just very, very tight on time. But I do hope for Noah and all of his teammates' sake that he was within the 4 minutes. I'm happy that I'm not the judge, so I don't need to deal with that information. But I will keep you posted if I find out anything regarding Noah's score. So we are now on to the second to last athletes on boulder number 1. We have Virginia from Norway and we have Leo from Finland. And back out on the second climbs of today, we should have Ellie and Gabriel. So Ellie from Estonia and Gabriel from Norway attempting their second climb of the day. Quick work from Leo from Finland, getting to the crimp, I think, on his flash attempt. Let's see if he can now work out this tricky volume sequence. Does seem like it. Oh, he goes with a really high toe hook. This is nice. I do love a high toe hook or a high heel hook, but I'm not sure if it's going to help him much. Yeah, it's a bit too steep, I think. Now we have Estonia's Ellie on the women's 2. I think she's made really quick work of this kind of power boulder as well, with the pinches coming through. She looks super solid. She just has one move to go to secure her second 25 point. And there it is. Oh, she looks really happy. I love that. It was really good getting that expression on the camera. She looked psyched. And we also have Norway's Virginia, who's made it through the shoulder press. We didn't get to see that, but from this point on, we haven't seen any of the athletes fall. She needs to get both her feet up though, and I don't think the volcano she's holding is as good as one would have hoped, but she seems to get into position really well and reaching up for the top. And that's a top for Virginia. We have Leo back on the volumes. He went with a really high toe hook before on the volumes, but I think he's skipping that method now, trying to just work with the foot pressure, or you can see he's really struggling with it. Managed to switch his feet around. This is super cool. Opting for a higher... Ooh, no. Oh, that was so close. He still has 1 minute to go, so he should be able to have a little bit of rest and give it one final good go. And yeah, unfortunately for Noah from Denmark, he wasn't awarded the top. His coaches can still protest, but I think he was just out of the buzzer, which is unfortunate, but super good climbing anyway, and I hope he gets a lot of good confidence from that climb, even though he wasn't awarded the scores. But such is competition climbing, and it's what the athletes have to deal with. Today is no different. Let's see Gabriel, how well he does on the slab. Slabs are, I mean, that's the case with all climbs, I suppose, but slabs are notoriously quite tricky, especially during competitions, because if you're the least bit nervous, your legs will be shaking, and it's so easy to just shake off the wall. And it can be frustrating for friends and families watching, knowing that, oh, but I know my mate is well capable of doing the slab. Why is it so hard today? But slabs are tricky, and the more nervous, the harder it gets. And now the crowd goes wild in here. This is super cool. We now have the final climbers out on problem number 1. So we have Alva from Denmark, who qualified in first position yesterday. And we also have Daniel from Iceland, who likewise qualified in first position yesterday. And Daniel was the only male climber with 5 tops in the qualifiers. So let's see how he does. And they're off. We also have Leontine from Sweden on men's 2, and we should have Johanne Flemmebø from Norway on women's 2. And we now get to watch the Icelandic climber Daniel, and he just threw himself at the volumes and then tried to campus them. I don't think he looks really strong, but I still think the campus method is super hard. And here we get to see Johanne from Norway on women's 2. Oh, she's doing a really high heel hook. But you can see how her hands are slipping on the pinches. And Leontine is doing a good work of the first half of the slab, which I don't think has posed too much problem for any of the climbers. But now he's moving out towards this trickier sequence where you really need to stand on your feet. I think the closest we've had on that was Edvin, who managed to get through. Similar to Leontine, need to be super precise with that foot and then jump to the top. Meanwhile, it looks like Alva is struggling a little bit with the start of this move. We've seen some of the girls, it's an interesting age group, as I said, struggle with this. We've seen people do it static, and we've seen people try what Alva is trying here and go more dynamic towards it. I think she's super close to sticking it. Yeah, there we go. Much better from Alva. And now she needs to move out right and then get into this shoulder press. And Daniel is throwing himself at the crimp and the sloper, trying to kick his foot out. Oh, he almost managed to do that. And Leontine was back up on the slab, similar position as what we saw before, but unfortunately slipped off. Let's see how Alva is figuring this shoulder press out. She's deciding to go to one side. We've seen some of the girls do this as well. I think the first girls were the ones pressing up through their shoulders, but quite a few of them have done this. I think this looks really cool from Alva. I do think she needs to get over on her right foot. Yeah, there you go. She's actually abandoning the good foothold with her right foot and trying to get some more height. But it's hard, and she needs to really twist her right shoulder around so she can get like a top press out, because it looks like she was just a little bit short on reaching the volume without pressing up. Yeah. And Daniel on the left-hand side is back on the volume, throwing himself at the crimp. And yeah, it's hard that move out to the 10th scoring hold on women's too. But they're doing really good work.
Let's go, Daniel. Come on.
Yeah, we have Daniel back on the volumes, and he just slips off. And that's time's up, unfortunately. So the climbers move back into isolation, and that was the end of the first boulder problems on the men's and the women's side. So we're gonna move on to the second and the third problem. So we have Juno and Sulo back on the mats, attempting climb number 3. And we will continue with Viola and Vilo on men's and women's number 2. Here we go. We have, I think it's Vilo in picture, ready to attempt the slab, which hasn't seen a top yet. Men's one still, well, men's one is done. So yeah, men's one, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a top on that one, but the climbers were really close. Well, we did see a top, but it was just outside of the time limit, which is very unfortunate. The women's climb saw a few tops. Women's one, that is. Women's two has also seen a few tops. There we go. And now they are back on the mats. Here we go. And we have Juno from Sweden on the third climb on the women's. It's a slab. She has these kind of squibbly holds. They're okay. What she's putting her foot on now is actually fairly positive, and she's reaching up into these two opposing blobs that she can use to press herself up into. And now she needs to transition outright on quite bad footholds and volumes all the way to the 25-point scoring hold, which is on the far right side. And we have the third boulder problem from the male. This one looked so hard. What he's matching there, both hands in the same crimp, it's not a big hold. He's managing to get into the position. I was wondering how they were gonna squeeze into that box, because it's a very small box. And as you can see, like, the pinch is not great. It's a lot more overhung than what it looks like on the screen. And then you need to just start powering through. We have Juno working her way on the slab. You can see she's really trying to figure out where to place her feet. I wonder if she's attempting to do a foot swap. I think that's what she wants to do. So her right foot is on a small little chip, and I think she wants to put her left foot on that one now. She could also opt to just stand and press on the volume, but that's a more insecure position. So I think what she wants to do, unfortunately, she fell off. And we have Vilo on. We have Vilo on the on men's two on the slab. Vilo is now doing this tricky foot crossover, trying to get his weight over to the left-hand side, and just wobbles off. We've seen this from so many of the athletes so far. It's tricky. Meanwhile, I think Juno's succeeded with her foot swap, and now she needs to start moving. And it's hard, and we also don't see that so well in this picture. There is a slight corner change that Juno needs to go through. We have the Finnish climber, I think, yes, Viola, who's on women's two. Unfortunately, just slipping off those two dishes. I think the left dish is like a pinch dish, and then the right one is so open hand and slopey. It's really, really rough. And we have Vilo, again, attempting the slab. I really do hope we get to see a top of this one, or at least a proper attempt on the top hold. See somebody pounce towards it. We've seen Edvin make the way through, getting to the position to jump, but unfortunately fell off just before pouncing off. So we know it's possible, but it's hard. I hope he's okay. That happens when you climb slabs, unfortunately. It's easy to get scraped on the volumes and the holes because you need to be so close to the wall. And that's unfortunately time up. And next we will have Ronja on women's 3 and Edvin on men's 3, and we should have Sia from Denmark on women's 2 and Noah from Denmark on men's 2. They're getting ready. And it looks like Edwin is ready to brush, while Sia seems ready to climb. And now you can see the men's 3 a little bit more. Like, you have the starting position that I think is really hard. You go into this pinch, and then the 10th hold, it's positive, it's a good hold, but it's weird angle. And then you move up through these dishes, which also aren't great, and it's steep. The angles are steep. They start in, it's not a cave, but it's like a good 45-degree angle where he's at now. And then he gets slightly less overhung, but it's still overhung. So let's see. I think Edwin is onto something, maybe a slight change in the timing as he moves to the crib. But it looks like it's going to be really hard to hold that position, even if he gets to the hold. Meanwhile, we have the Danish climber Noah on the slab. Unfortunately, I don't really know if any of these climbers like slabs or not. This is something that I normally try to figure out, what kind of styles of climbs they prefer or enjoy the most, I suppose. But these athletes, being so young as they are, I don't actually have any grips on what they enjoy climbing wise. And I've been asking around a little bit yesterday in the venue, but yeah, most of my friends have climbers who are slightly older than these athletes, and it was hard to find out information about them. But that said, we actually get to enjoy them firsthand instead, and maybe some of you in the chat or on YouTube, you know these people by name and person and have climbed with them. So I hope that you are cheering them on to the best of your abilities, even from afar. 2 Danish climbers on the wall, 2 slabs. This is nice split screen of them moving. Slightly different styles, but actually kind of similar. The first move is being a more dynamic move, getting to a pop, and then having to slow down the moves and work on your feet. This is a tricky, well, not tricky, it's a trick from the route setters, I think, like making the first move a little bit, it's not power move, but it's a little bit dynamic, and then you need to really shift your mindset and start working with your feet and move slowly across the wall. And that can be really challenging to go from a more power move. I really like what Edwin is doing here, sorry. I love it when they go bananas, I was about to say. When they come up with different methods, he went feet first, not liking the shoulder press, and I think that was his maybe 3rd or 4th attempt, so it's nice that he's switching it up. Not sure if it's gonna work, but I want to see it again. It was cool. It's hard. Climbs are hard today. It's gonna be tight on the men's side. And we have Sia, I think it is, yeah, it's Sia on women's 2. Oh! All right, and just like that, Ronja just hopped into view with the top of women's 3, the first top of women's 3. Epic. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but we saw her hop into view. Really cool. And now we have another Danish climber, Sia, up on the pinches. It's hard, it's hard. The first athletes made it look all right, but she might also have had quite a few attempts. It's only been 20 seconds left on the clock. And I think it's Noah on the slab and just slipping off as he's trying to put weight on that. It's actually a double stacked foothold. It is the only protruding foothold, but as he needs to move around the volume, it's super tricky.
Yes, moving on. All new climbers coming out. You're welcome to come. Let's go.
Right, getting ready for the next climbers out. I think we'll have Virginia from Norway on women's 2, and we should have Leo from Finland on men's 2. Yes, men's 2. Yes, that's correct. And we have Ellie from Estonia on women's 3, and Gabriel from Norway on men's 3. And I think Ellie was leading the competition from the first 2 problems. She has a perfect 50, meaning that she flashed both women's 1 and women's 2, so let's see what she can do with women's 3. She's in a very, very good position throughout this final. We have Leo getting ready on the slab. I really want to see somebody top the slab. I want to see someone top everything. I know men's one, it wasn't topped within the 4-minute time limit, but it was topped, and it was super cool to see. Getting people laughing at me here. It's epic. So we have Leo on the slab. It's made the first part of the movement quite easy. This transition here is tricky because he needs to get his weight over his foot, and I think there's also it's a slight corner change as well that you need to maneuver. And meanwhile we also have Ellie from Estonia pressing up into the first scoring point of the climb, just chalking up or chalking off a little bit.
I see a quick top there from Norway.
Have a quick top from Norway on one of the climbs, which we didn't get to see in view. Probably women's 2. Yes, I'm gonna go with women's 2. Oh, and Ellie just wiggles off, and you can see her touch her hands to her head. She knew she was off balance as she made the move. And you can see it's a corner change. It's not many degrees, but it makes it tricky. You need to actually maneuver your center of gravity towards the wall or off the wall when you're moving across these panel changes. So I'm not talking about the volumes, it's the panels that change the angle. Oh. At the finish climber, Leo just fell off the slab as he was also trying to make this transition move. Although he's not moving across corners at that point, he needs to unwind across himself. Let's see if Ellie has rectified her mistake from her, I think it was her first attempt, so this should be her second attempt. Won't have any perfect scores here in the finals, so perfect score is going through the rounds with flashing all the problems, earning you 100 points. Yesterday during the qualifiers we had one climber getting through with a perfect 150, so he flashed, it was a man, he flashed all 6 climbers during qualifiers. This is something that will happen very, very rarely. Even if, let's say, you find the climbs easy, it's a mental game actually holding it through when you know that you can get a perfect score. But he did. He was the only one. We had a few really, really close tries, especially in the older finals that we will get through later on today. In the youth category, the climbs were more challenging. I think it was enough with 2 tops on the women's side to get through to finals here today, and 2 or 3 tops on the men's side as well. That said, most of these climbers, we can, let's see if Leo, it's so close for Leo. But yeah, as I said, the climbers yesterday, these youth 17 climbers, they climb, well, I'll start that sentence over again. The route setters had set 6 boulders per gender category yesterday, and they only made minor tweaks between the age groups. So therefore, the youth 17s, they were climbing on climbs that the youth 19 group were also climbing on. And I think that also led to the difference in the amount of top required to get through to the finals, where the youth 17 was really hard. And the senior qualifiers was maybe a little bit too easy. Wow. Unfortunately for Ellie, she didn't top the 3rd climb. I don't know why, but she opted to go low instead, using her hands on the volume instead of walking on them. Maybe that's something that she read and she thought she could break the beta that way. Now we have, I think, Alva from Denmark and Daniel from Iceland on women's 2 and men's 2. So final climbers on women's 2 and men's 2. It also looks like we have Leontine from Sweden on men's 3, and we should therefore have Johanne Bø from Norway on women's 3. Women's 3 being the slab, men's 3 being this really overhung, pinchy, weird jump. We haven't seen anyone get very far on this climb so far. Let's see if Leontine can figure out how to move. it's tricky. There aren't any footholds. Like literally what you see them doing is what they have to work with. There aren't any magical bits hidden that they are not using. It's nothing. And we can also see Alva making really quick work of the first half of women's 2. Unfortunately, just swinging out a little bit too fast, maybe releasing her foot accidentally or just a bit too harsh. See both climbers on the mat. I think Leontine is trying to figure out what to do. It's impressive, like these athletes being young as they are, they're still having the presence of mind to brush or take a step back and think about what am I doing? What do I want to do? My plan A didn't work. What's my plan B? Do I have a plan B? Do I try harder? And I mean, obviously they're young athletes, but they're no novices to climbing competitions. But still, being here, the Nordic Championships, some of them, I mean, it's the home crowd for some of the Swedish climbers, but many of these have traveled quite far to be here. It was a really long day yesterday. It's hectic. It's a lot going on. I'm really, really impressed with each and every one of them, both today and yesterday. And we also have Johanne from Norway. She just stood up really smoothly on that foothold. And I can hear people sighing in the background. A lot of things happening. We should be Daniel from Iceland on men's 2. We still haven't seen a top of the slab. That was really, really smooth work from Daniel. Let's see if he can get across this first corner change. Oh, he just struggles with it. He still has a minute on the clock, but climbing fast on a slab is not something that you want to do. Meanwhile, we have Johanne on the women's 3 slab, trying to do the foot swap that we saw Juno and other athletes doing, and she managed to do it, putting her weight over. Now I think what she needs to do is just get her weight over, and what we saw the Danish climber do was kind of just jump across. And here we have Alva from Denmark. Oh, she's just short on the top hold. With 24 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure she's going to have enough time. Same goes for Daniel and also for Johanna. I think this is the final attempt for both of them. And as I mentioned, Ronja, the Danish climber, she pretty much stepped through quite quickly and just managed to get her balance on. 8 seconds on the clock. I like this from Johanna. I don't think it will be enough time. Not sure what Daniel is going to do. Yeah. I like that. So Johanna tried actually to run across. It didn't look too bad. Maybe that's the way to do it, to go faster, not slower. With that, we also say goodbye to the women's 2 and men's 2. Men's 2 did not see a top. This is a tricky final for the men's. Slightly more tops on the women's final. And we will also bring in the 4th climb of today. So we will see, I think, Juno and Sulo on women's 4 and men's 4. And we should also have Viola and Vilho from Finland on men's 3 and women's 3. There's a slight pause in proceedings. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. And they're off. Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening there. Sometimes technical, sometimes athletes might have forgotten something that I shouldn't. It's probably not that, because they wouldn't stop the climb. Yeah, so we now have Sulo on the 4th climb of the day. This is I think this is the dynamic climb for the men. Let's see how is Vilo. Sorry, it's Sulo. Sulo is down in 8th place. Sorry, we have 8 athletes through, not 6. I've been saying the wrong number. Sorry about that. It's the old rules. Via Sulo sits in 8th position. He can actually move up into. Yeah, he can move up into first with the top of this one, but then again saying there is another 7 athletes who needs to go through it. Men's round is really tight, but also very low scoring. I hope they don't feel too bad about their achievements. They've been climbing super well. On men's 3, we should have Vilo, I think it is. Yeah, it's Vilo on men's 3. I don't think any of the athletes have secured the zone on the 10 scoring hold on men's 3 so far. It is devious. And we can also see Sulo. He has secured the 10-point hold, and now he's getting his pendulum and swing started. Oh, he almost stops. I think it's possible to stop on that, but you can also see on the left-hand side, the white hold you can grab with your left hand and pull towards the right, and you can stab your foot on the grey bit underneath. It's also a volume. So I don't know if it's intended to stop in the movement or if you should proceed with the momentum of the pendulum. And we also have, let's see, yeah, now we get to see women's 4. We haven't seen that before. Similar to men's 4, it's one of these dynamic moves. You need to get a big swing started. The handholds are fairly positive, and also the scoring hold, the 10th scoring hold, it's fairly decent, but I think you will actually arrive there with quite a lot of force. So stopping might be tricky. And then I think you need to repeat the same momentum again. Yeah, Yuna's doing it super well. She lands it. And I don't know if this is, I'm going to say tack-tack because I like the word tack-tack. Yeah, I think she needs to go 1-2. So both hands to the first one and then move the right hand to the second one, stab your foot out and possibly go again to the third and the final hold. Maybe some of the stronger and taller athletes will be able to stop on the sloper, but it didn't look super positive. No, I think you actually need to go 1-2 or tack-tack. Let's see if she can figure it out. It's a tricky move. I can't do it. I'm shite at that. But I know that a lot of these athletes are really good at that. Let's see if Sula has figured out how he wants to do the swing movement. He switches his hands around quite a bit, but I think he's just trying to figure out in which position he wants to be to get the swing started. Unfortunately, just missed the foothold. We can also see that we have Viola from Finland moving through the slab. Oh, 43 seconds on the clock. I think she was onto something there, just stepping through and maybe rotating her hips to get closer to the wall and securing the top hold on women's 3. I think we only have one top there so far, which was the Danish climber Ronja, who came out quite a while ago on that climb. Still no progress on men's 3. It's a gnarly round for the men's. Let's see if Sulo can... The swing that he's generating. Oh yeah, he sticks it. I'm so happy for him. And now he needs to basically do the same thing again. And he's, look at the clock, Come on. Oh no. Oh, that's the second time. This final. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I really feel with the athletes. But rules are rules. It's what they know them. They've climbed and competed with these rules before. It's just part of the game. And now we should have Sia on women's 3 and I think Noah Nielsen, both from Denmark, on men's 3, whilst we get to see Ronja on the final climb of the day for the women's, and we get to see Edvin on the final climb of the men's today. Edvin sits in 7th position, whilst I think Ronja sits in... Yeah, Ronja is currently leading the women's U17 category. And I think if Ronja tops this, I don't think anyone can challenge her for the win. Yes, again, sorry, I apologize for that. But yeah, a top here from Ronja would be massive for a score. And we also have our first athlete through men's 3. This is epic. And this is Noah Nielsen from Denmark. And just falls short on the slopey bits. So Yeah, the hold he went to when he fell off, it's not great. The first 2 dishes that he was on, they actually have an indentation you can kind of crimp or pull quite hard on. The next one is just an open hand sloper that you need to be so precise on. And you can see the foothold he's going to use, it's just a small dish. Oh, this is nice. Who's this? We have Sia. I think it's Sia, yeah. Yeah, it is Sia from Denmark. And she was, I think she was contemplating going face out, so turning around facing the crowd on the slab. And Edvin is generating some momentum on his swing, sticks it. And Ronja also did a really good attempt on the second climb. And I think you saw Edvin do what I thought you could do, just continue the movement. And I think, is this going to be, oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Need a heart doctor after this. Edvin Bengtsson with a top in the men's final. That really is going to work wonders for his score. It's a low scoring round for the men's, so any top is going to put you in a very, very good position. It kind of looks like men's 4 is the easier of the climbs, but that said, yeah, still need to do them though. So let's see Ronja here, and Ronja and Sia, 2 Danish climbers, 2 very different styles of climbs. Let's see if Ronja can do that tack-tack move. 1, 2, she's so close. She's really, really close on that. It's just a bit about timing, and the second hole she's aiming for is better. If she gets her hand around that and stabs the foot, I'm pretty sure she's gonna stick it. Because it's a good position, but then I don't know how you pounce to the top one, because it's tricky. And we have Sia on the slab. Oh, look at this, look at this. And we have, Ronja again going. Still super, super close. And now it's 1 minute on the clock. Not really sure what's going on the men's side. Maybe they're resting. Really strange just climbs. Hear people cheering though. She's trying the same thing over and over. I think she is slightly better in position, but it feels like every second attempt she tries to go static, every second attempt she tries to step through. And now we get to see Noah, and just using that pinch power into the shoulder move hold. And now you can see he's actually crimping these edges. Let's see if he can be a little bit more precise on the next one. So this is the second to last hold. It's 1 move to the top, and he's on the top hold, 1 hand, needs both hands on. Oh, come on. So psyched, that's epic. And that was definitely within the time limit though. It was short, 5 seconds, but Noah gets the top of men's 3. Oh wow. And I think it was Noah also who topped men's 2, but just outside the time limit. Might be wrong though. It's a while ago now. Oh wow, that was intense. Well done. So we're still watching the U17's final. We are in the 3rd and 4th boulder problem, so we're nearing the end of the final. So if you have any particular climbers you're cheering for, don't leave the stream right now, because a lot of things are happening. We just saw Noah top men's 3, and we have Leo from Finland on men's 3. This problem hadn't seen any zones before Noah came on it, so a 10 point or top on men's 3 is really going to put you in good position for podium here. On the women's side, we have Virginia from Norway on the slab. Women's slab has seen 1 top so far. I think everybody has gotten to the 10-point score. Men's 4 on the right-hand side. Oh, now I have 4 views here. That's epic. Men's 4 seems to be the slightly easier of the men's problem, which has been a super hard round, but it's still a very dynamic swing pendulum jump part. And the same goes for women's 4, which we currently see Ellie from Estonia on. Ellie is in a really good position. She sits in the 2nd place after Ronja from Denmark after 3 climbs. Ronja has already climbed she's already climbed all 4 of her climbs. She managed to get to the zone. within not many attempts. And yeah, but Ronja is still going to be ahead of Ellie, even if Ellie gets the zone here. If Ellie gets to the top, we'll get to that later. And let's see, the Norwegian climber on the 4th problem. If you want to keep up with the scores, I'd suggest you going to climb along. Here you go, thank you so much. So now you can see the scores, so I don't have to try to repeat them. This is the current standings in the men's and female youth 17 final. We'll try to flick them into view throughout the time being, but we also want you to be able to view all of the climbers. Oh, and now we got to see the nice hop from Virginia getting over to the slab. That's great for her score. She's doing super well. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. We only saw Ronja hop into view because we weren't watching her, and then we switched over and she just flew into the frame and topped it. It was very, very nice. And we have Ellie making through the first jump, and we also have oh yeah, Gabriel, sorry, I got lost in my list. We have Gabriel from Norway on men's 4, trying to figure out how to generate the momentum and hop across towards the end of his final here and the end of the boulder problem. Meanwhile, we also have Leo from Finland on men's 3, the hardest boulder problem so far. We've only seen one 10-point scoring and one top, and that was from the Danish climber Noah. Oh, but we also have Leo super, super close on that. Just needs to get a bit higher up in his shoulders. And this is really good from... Oh, I was so close from Gabriel from Norway. Just falling short in the very, very end. Let's see if Ellie has figured out how to do this coordination move. She needs to go 2-1, so both hands to the first one and then move one hand, yeah, exactly like what she's trying, and then stab her foot at the same time. Really tricky and very hard to figure out within 4 minutes. And much better from Gabriel here in the top side of the screen. He has 30 seconds to secure the top. He should be able to secure it from here, and he does. Amazing.
Gabriel from Norway.
And now we get to follow Ellie in close-up view. And oh, she's so close. She's so close. Unfortunately, that's the end of Ellie's final. She's done really, really well, but all she can do now is sit and wait and hope. She sits in 3rd with that, with Virginia's top on the 2nd. She jumped ahead of Ellie, so Ellie currently in 3rd position with still still 5 athletes to come, or 4 athletes to come on the women's 4th. We're now on the final athletes on women's 3 and men's 3, and that is Alva from Denmark and Daniel from Iceland. Alva currently in 8th position. Really needs the top to be in contingency for the podium. Similar for Daniel, he sits in 7th. A top or a zone on this one, a top or a 10-point would really do amazingly for his scores. That said, the men's final has been really low scoring. Similar actually for, we have Leontin on men's 4, the dynamic move where he needs to jump across most part of the wall. A top on men's 4 do really well for his scores, but we have seen 2 tops so far, maybe 3. Starting to lose track now. And we also have Johanne from Norway on women's 4, trying to get across to the 10-point scoring hold and then move her way dynamically across the wall, similar to what Leontine from Sweden is attempting to do. Meanwhile, we have, I really like that, the Danish climbers, Danish climbers, this is Alva, that we're watching on the slab, trying some interesting moves on the slab. I like that she was trying to turn around and face the crowd. It's possible that that's kind of an intended beta. It lends itself to that, but it's hard to pull that move off, especially if you're a little bit nervous, but I like that she tried. Let's see if she will try a similar thing again or something differently. And we also have Daniel from Iceland on men's 2, trying to figure out how to get into the shoulder press. Need to pinch that. Pinch the pinch. super hard to get into the shoulder move. We've only seen one athlete do that. So impressive. That was Noah from Denmark, who also managed to top it. 4 seconds on the buzzer, on the right hand side of the buzzer this time. So 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock, which is the last minute and a half for Norwegian climber Johanne and Swedish climber Leontine. This is their final boulder of the Nordic Championship final, the Youth 17 category, men and women. 6 qualifier boulders yesterday, 4 final boulders here today. So final minute for Leontine and Johanne. It looks like they're both getting closer, but they both need a little bit more power and speed and length. They need to get further on the climb than what they're doing currently. And unfortunately, we still have Daniel still hasn't been able to figure out the shoulder move into the 10th scoring hold, whilst we have Alva stuck on the tricky move where you need to move across the slab to the final hold. We have seen 2 females stick that move, and now Daniel is in the 10th scoring hold, so he managed to figure out how to do it. He has 28 seconds on the clock. Should be enough to get to the top, but obviously this is his final attempt, and unfortunately he misses the foot. But that's, I mean, seeing it's a low scoring round and very few people manage to get through to that. I mean, he looks disappointed. He shouldn't be, and I don't think he will be at the end of the day, but it's tough. He still has 1 more climb to go. Resting on the mat, no point getting on with 6 seconds on the clock. So Alva and Daniel will go back into ISO, rest for a little bit before their final climb, whilst that was the last we got to see of Johanne and Leontine. Super well climbed from both of them, both yesterday and here today. It's been intense. And I don't envy the skin on the athlete's fingers right now, because I think some of these holds and moves have probably ripped through the skin of what they had left from yesterday. Hard round yesterday for the Youth 17 climbers. A lot of falls, a lot of attempts to get through to the finals here today. But they have made it through, and now we are closing up this final with focusing only on the 4th problem. So 2 athletes on the wall instead of 4. It's going to make my job a little bit easier, but yeah, don't fret. So we have Viola from Finland on women's 4. It's her final climb of the Nordic Championships 2026. I said the right year, probably said the wrong year before. She needs to generate a bit of momentum, pop over to the right hand side, hopefully grab the 10th scoring hold, and then I think it's a coordination move, so 2 hands and then move forward with the 1 hand and drop the foot. Similar in the men's one, we've seen some of the athletes stop on this hold he was going forward to and just free hang it. And I've also seen 2 athletes go kicking the left foot out and stabbing, stopping the movement using the foot. Both methods seems to work, so it just depends on what you prefer. Unfortunately she doesn't manage to get the momentum and the speed with her. That happens sometimes when the brain and the body is insufficiently determined. She wanted to do one thing, but it didn't happen. Just need to get a breather and then try it again. At this point the athletes are tired. I mean, these kind of dynamic moves, you can do a little bit more twice on them than what you could probably do in like an overhand power climb. Still, resting and resetting your mentality is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, that was so much better from Viola than her first attempt, but you can still see that she has a long way to go. I think she should take a step back and try to reset her mind just slightly. She needs to generate more force through her right foot and also more both upwards and rightwards momentum. It's going to be tricky. And we have Vilo from Finland getting easily through to the 10th point. He was super close last time. He needs to get a little bit more height on this movement. It's possible to stop on it or do... Oh, wow, he went 1-2. I've never seen anyone... Yeah, we actually did see one guy do that. It's also possible, but I think it's trickier. I'd say the easiest is to get both your hands on and then stab your foot out and try to stop that. 1:45 on the clock for Vilo and Viola from Finland. One minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Vilo has started the swing again. Oh, that was beautiful. You can really see how he learned the movement with each and every one of the attempts that he tried. And a top for Vilo on his final climb in the Nordic Championship finals. Let's see if his countrywoman, Viola, can end her Nordic Championship final with a similar display. We haven't seen any of the women so far getting past this point. It is tricky. The quarter moves are really, really difficult. You need to generate power and momentum in the right directionality as well. It's not an easy feat, but she's doing really well. And I also think she's learning. To me, it looks better. I haven't seen all of her attempts, but it looks better each and every try she has. Let's see. Yeah, see, she's getting so much closer. She has 20 seconds on the clock. It's possible, but I'd say if she had another minute, she would do this for sure. She's well capable. I hope she double tapped. Oh no. Yeah, that happens. She's tired. It's slippery. But, oh wow, what a final from Viola and Vilo. So next up, we will have Sia and Noah, and maybe could be nice to see the score so far to keep up to date with what's going on. We have Sia from Denmark, and we have Noah from Denmark. Denmark.
3, 2, 1, and go.
And that's 4 minutes on the clock for them. Final climb for Danish climbers Noah and Sia. And Noah currently sits in second position after Gabriel. So a top on this one would put him in the lead, I think. And Sia sits in fourth. Good first attempt from Sia. Yeah, Sia needs to top this if she wants to advance from her fourth position into podium places. Getting to the 10-point scoring hold will not award her enough points for that. And Noah with the top on men's 3, the only one being able to top men's 3. He sits in the lead now, securing the 10-point scoring hold on his first attempt, I'm assuming. He leads by a 0.2 over Norwegian climber Gabriel. So it's super tight in the men's final. Still, Noah is in the lead. And it's interesting towards the end of a final like this. I mean, they're tired. They had a long day yesterday, ended quite late, eating, sleeping, getting up early. We started early today. And some of the athletes, they still managed to rest between the climbs. Like you could just see Noah standing there having a shake of his arms and resting and maybe thinking, whilst others just keep throwing themselves at the wall. Depends on what you like and what you're like as a person. Oh my God. Really aggressive jump from Noah and also from Sia. Yeah, what I want to say is that it's impressive that Noah still, even though the amount of climbs we've done probably early mornings, that he has the presence of mind to not just throw himself back on the wall and start burning off attempts. Because it is, even though I said the men's 4 is the easier of the climbs, I think it is, seeing the amount of tops we've had, it's still a hard climb. And throwing yourself at it 10, 15 times is not going to improve your chances. So I think Noah is being super wise, and the same with Sia. They take a step back, they brush, have a breather, have a rethink, and then get going. Oh, Sia is so close. I think she just needs to try to move her hand a little bit faster. And as I said during the viewing of the Youth 17, they aren't allowed to speak to their coaches or friends, family, whomever they have on site. They could yesterday during the qualifiers because it was an open qualifier with also video beta that they could view beforehand. But during the final here, it's the athlete on its own on the mat. I liked how Sia was using the hold to kick off to get more momentum. I really, really hope she gets this, and the same for Noah. I'd say Noah is a little bit closer to sticking his second jump, or it's the first jump for the men's. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, let's see if he can just secure the top. We have seen some wobbles. We saw a wobble again, but yeah, super nice from Noah. And he solidifies his position in the first even further. Not gonna attempt to do the maths when I'm sitting here commentating and watching, but I'm gonna assume it's gonna be hard. And we have Sia. Oh, she's so close. It's similar to what we saw for Viola. I feel like if she had another 30 seconds, she will get that move. And they are learning so quickly and so well on the wall as they're climbing. It's inspiring and it's impressive. Unfortunately, similar to Viola, rushing it at the end didn't do them any favors, but my God, good effort. I got a little bit distracted because everybody was chanting Noah, Noah, Noah behind my back. As I said, I'm not going to do the maths because I'm probably going to do them wrong. But yeah, I think it's going to be hard, if not impossible, for any of the Youth 17 men to catch up with Noah at this point, meaning that he has won the Nordic Championships. Don't quote me on that yet, because I'm not going to do maths whilst I'm trying to watch climbers and commentating, but it looks good for Noah. It looks good for Noah for sure. If you want to do the maths, you can tap into the Climb Along app or website. You can check the live scores as they are updated throughout the climbs. We're also going to try to get our graphics into place for the subsequent finals to come, so I can pull them up on screen. But let's focus on Leo from Finland. His final climb on the Nordic Championships in Bouldering 2026 from Sweden and Gothenburg. Swinging left. Oh, he's so close to stabbing that. They are so... It looks so nice when the guys, for all of the men doing that move, they're so fluent, even though, like, fluent in their movements. They move really, really smoothly across, similar to what we saw from Virginia, from Norway. Like, it was just an effortless hop to the right. And, I think that is the closest we've seen so far. And she has 2.5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that she will do that. She will do that move before her time's up. Meanwhile, we're watching Leo from Finland trying to stick the hop over to the left-hand side, which from that point we haven't seen anyone drop the move to the top, which would award him with 24 something points, moving him into podium position. So yeah, a top for Leo would be great for his scores, but let's see if my prediction holds true. Virginia from Norway on the jump to the right. Her last attempt looked amazing. And that was even closer. I really just want to see somebody do it. I just want to see someone do that move and then have an attempt at the top. The judge is up pointing to Leo, just informing him of the starting positions. They need to be correct. If you do not tap the starting positions before you move through the climb, the judge will pull you down from the wall. Not physically pull you down, that would be really rude. But they will inform you that you haven't started the problem correctly and you will lose an attempt and have to start again. 1:20 on the clock as we saw Leo fall out through the screen. It looks like he's very low. I think he needs to jump up a little bit more than what he's doing to hit the foot in a better position. But we have seen a lot of the other athletes also learning from the movement by attempt. But even if you learn and when you know what you're doing, it's easy to make a mistake. It's quite often that you see the climbers, you anticipate an issue or a problem to be further ahead in the climb than what it is, or where it is. Like in the case for the women's climb here, getting to the 10th hold is not tricky, but it's not trivial. So if your focus is on the next set of the moves, then you might miss the first half. And we just saw Leo learn super quickly, and he should be awarded a top for that. And Virginia still struggling with the move outright. Let's see, she has 8 seconds. Oh, I just wanted to top it. Oh, she's so close, she's so close. Oh well, I should stop making predictions. I should just focus on, I don't know, describing what I see on the walls.
Bringing out the best climbers from the qualification. Daniel from Iceland and Alva from Denmark.
All right, now we have Alva from Denmark and we have Daniel from Iceland. These are the final climbers out on the final problems of today. They have 4 minutes. That includes brushing. As you can see, they have to brush their own climbs. We don't have designated brushers here. Both Alva and Daniel has to throw themselves across the wall. Women's 4 has not seen a top so far. Men's 4 has seen many tops. Yeah, and Daniel from Iceland currently sits in 7th position. I think a top still will not bring him up to the podium, but it's always nice to end your competition with a top. Alva, unfortunately, in a similar position. She currently sits in 8th position, and a top will reward her 24 something points, which would, unfortunately, I don't think it will bring her into podium position. Regardless, let's cheer on for these athletes. They've done extremely well. 6 boulder problems yesterday, 4 problems here today. Many attempts. It's been epic. It's been such a good final. Hard final. A lot of tops on the women's side, very few tops on the men's side, but each of these athletes have given it their all. They've been challenged on slabs, on power boulders, and now here on more dynamic styles of climbing. And as you can see, if you're new to watching climbing competition, maybe you're kind of new to, or not new to just watching it, but fairly new to climbing. In competition climbing, you get tested on basically anything the route setters wants to throw at you. So some climbers might be really excelling at one style of climbing, like overhangs or slabs, but then falling really short on the other style of climbing. As a competition climber, you need to be really all-rounded. I mean, obviously they will have their styles which they're more prone to or find slightly easier, but you need to be able to do every style of climbing, otherwise you're not going to make it through to the finals. So even though you can see the women's, especially on this one, struggling a little bit more on the coordination, dynamic movement, we saw that during qualis yesterday, they're really good at what they're trying to do, and they have 4 minutes to learn what might be a completely new movement for them. 1.5 minutes on the clock for our final climbers of today, Alva and Daniel. After the Youth 17 final, we will have the Youth 19 final. I will go on a quick break and get something to drink before I'm back with you then. But before that, we have another minute to go. And if you're just popping into the stream right now, this is the final climbers on the final climb of the Youth 17th Nordic Championship bouldering final. This is it. We have Alva from Denmark getting her swing started, 40 seconds on the clock. And we have Daniel from Iceland also working his way up through these slopers. Oh, she's so close, Alva. Let's see if Daniel has learned this move. On the men's climb, we have seen the athletes getting closer and closer with every attempt. Still think he does, but with 24 seconds on the clock. It's a quick climb, it's a fast climb. But yeah, 18 seconds. Oh, he really needs to rush through this climb here, Daniel. But yeah, I'm crossing my fingers for him. I really want to see him top this. And we have Alva, her final attempt. Oh, she's so close, she almost managed to stop it. Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, children and parents and friends and whomever is watching currently, it's the end of the Youth 17 final. Amazing from all athletes. Let's see if we can pull up the results on the screen. So the current results are, here we go, provisional. So there's still time if somebody wants to hand in a protest or challenge the results. So I think they have maybe 5 minutes to do so. But currently the results stand as such that we have Noah from Denmark in first position, we have Leo from Finland in second place, and we have Gabriel from Norway in third. And on the women's side, we have Virginia from Norway doing that lovely send of the slab in first position. We have Ronja, likewise did the slab really beautifully, in second position. And we have Ellie Levine from Estonia, who climbed super well on the first two problems, in third. And so we're currently waiting. As I said, there is a protest time about 5 minutes. After that, the results will be finalized and they will stand as such. Really, really well climbed from all of the athletes that we've had in the Youth 17 final. The route setters, you might have seen them in the background. They're making some small adjustments for the Youth 19. I mean, the Youth 19 being slightly taller than the U17 climbers. So they're going to make some small adjustments before we have the Youth 19 final back on. I'm going to have a short break, get something to drink, and get ready to be with you again in a few short minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom or get a coffee, now is the time to do so, because you will not want to miss the Youth 19 final. It was so tight yesterday, and it's going to be a super tight and inspiring final. So, see you in a bit. So in a couple of minutes, we will start with the presentation of the Youth 19 final, men and women. Showing you the results from yesterday, top 10 placements, and it's top 8 that progresses through to the finals. On the men's, in the men's qualification, we had a super tight qualifiers. You can see that we have the 6 to double 8th placement just within 0.3 points of each other. Super tight. It also meant that we had 2 Danish climbers, Theodore and Noah, placing on the exact same score from qualifiers yesterday. So men's final will see 9 climbers instead of the usual 8 in this format. So one of the climbers, I think it will be Noah, will come out first, and he will be alone on stage for a little while before we proceed with the 8th women and the remaining 8th male climbers. As you can see here, this is the standings from qualifiers yesterday. Linus Kvarnström from Sweden getting a perfect 150 score, meaning he flashed all 6 of the qualifying problems. Well done to him. It's not something that you do often in your lifetime. But as you can see, it was also super tight with Jona Kero, Emily Nuttinen and Ola Vekve, apologize for my pronunciations, all topping all 6 qualifying problems, just differentiated by attempts. And you can see, Emily and Ola also on the same score. Qualifiers for the men's yesterday, crazy, super tight. You needed to top a lot. On the women's side, we had fewer tops. I think it was 4 tops that took you through to the women's Youth 19 final, and for that we had both Tilda and Jenny who managed to do that. I think they topped different problems as well. And then we have Kaja, Kirsten, Leah, Amelie, Alice and Caroline, who also made it through to the finals. And as you can see, slightly better split on the women's side, but still super tight with 2 climbers on 104-ish points and 2 climbers on 119, 118, and the top 2 climbers coming through with the same scores. Today we have a set of different problems. There are 4 problems for the men and for the women that they need to get through. So whatever they did yesterday hopefully will not come into words are lost, will not make any difference today, but in case of a equal scoring in the finals, we'll have to go and look at these qualifying scores. But let's not hope for that. Let's hope for a really good split in today's finals, which will start in just a couple of minutes. First with the introduction of the finalists of today. So here are then your finalists without the score from yesterday. They will now be introduced in reversed order, which is the order that they will climb in. So we should have Noah and Caroline first out on stage. So in the finals, you climb in the reversed order that you have from the qualifiers. The format is after an 8-minute viewing that we will also be able to follow the athletes through. They have 4 minutes on each boulder problem, then back into ISO. The first four climbers will climb on boulder number 1. We will have men and women simultaneously, so there will be 2 screens. After the first 4 climbers, the first climber will then come out on the second boulder. So we will have 8 climbers on stage at 4 climbers on stage at the same time. So we now start with the presentation of the women's. So next out is Amelie Christiansen from Norway, and now we have Leah König from Norway as well. And then Kristin Gende from Norway. It's a very Norway tight final here today. And then we have Kaja Isabel Moe Evensen, also from Norway. And from Iceland we have Jenny Halldórsdóttir. Oh, it's a lot of Icelandic people here today cheering on. That's epic. And last one out is Tilda Kosonen from Finland. I think if my research is correct, a lot of these women have also been in the Nordic finals previously. Now moving on to the men's. Let's see if we can get them interview as well. We have Noah Stenegard from Denmark, I think. And then we have Helman Tidare from Sweden. And we have Håkon Kipperberg from, I think, Norway. And we have Elias Nilsen Einthoven from Norway. And we have Emily Nutinen from Finland also coming out. And then another Finnish climber, we have... we have Ola Vekve, and then we have Jona Kero from Sweden, we have Linus Kvarnström from Sweden. These making up your 9 male finalists for today's Youth 19 final in the Nordic Championships.
Now, you are free to check out all the problems in any order you want to.
Now they will be able to view the different boulder problems that we have. There are 4 different problems. I had a little bit of a chat with one of the route setters. Also, I want to just give a massive shout out to the 4 route setters that have created the 12 qualifying problems, 6 for women, 6 for men yesterday, and the 8 in total boulder problems here. It's a very interesting format where they were recycling. So the same boulder problems were used with tweaks. So they made what looks like small changes between the different categories of climbs, but these small tweaks just can make massive differences in the difficulty of the climbs. And I was chatting to one of them, Livia, who's local to Gothenburg and to Grepp, and she said that one of the, I didn't know this, it's interesting, that in this format, which is a European format, the tweaks aren't allowed to be visible. So they need to be so small that the athletes cannot spot that anything has been changed. And this has to do with the joint viewing or observation that they have. So even though we can't see on the screen, which is sort of the point, these boulder problems have all been tweaked to be so that they are changed from what we had in the Youth 17 category. So if you were with us during the Youth 17 final, these boulder problems will look very familiar. I'm expecting them to do very similar moves and styles. Some of the tweaks can be footholds which have been swapped out, distances moved since we have distances in the height of the climbers. As you get older, you tend to grow, although I didn't. But yeah, so I think some of the footholds have been changed out, maybe made worse. Some of the moves holds might have been moved slightly further away than what we saw in the Youth 17. So even though you might have thought that, oh, well, these climbers are taller, so they can just reach through that would have been adjusted for. And it's a free viewing, so sometimes you get 1 minute and you move between the boulders, but in this format here they have 8 minutes and they can actually walk around and check out the boulder problems as they wish. You also see a lot of the climbers actually talking to each other. This is perfectly normal and this is what we often do in competition climbing. You can see the 3 Norwegian girls discussing the movements together, but you can also see a group of Norwegian, Finnish and Swedish climber actually checking out the boulder problem together. This is something I really like about climbing competition. They're all competitors, but at the end of the day, it's you against the boulder problem. And I mean, you want to win. Otherwise you wouldn't be competing. So it's the results, but it's also the individual performance, and you can't actually do anything about somebody else performing better than you. So quite a lot of climbers actually cheer on for the competitors, which is just amazing. You can be super locked in on your own competition, but once that's over and done with, you're going to be cheering on for your mates. You just want to see people do well and do the best that they can. New to watching climbing competition, it might also look a little bit funny when you see them standing on the floor kind of dancing, interpreting the movement they want to do. And there's a very good reason for this. I mean, it's muscle memory, but also they're only allowed to feel and touch the starting holds of a climb. And the starting holes are marked with white tape. So I think it's easiest to view in the bottom right-hand side of the screen where you can actually see the 4 tape marks. The men's slab, the slab number 2, it has all the 4 markings on the one big blob at the bottom, meaning that both hands and both feet need to be on that before they can touch anything else on the wall. Women's one is an example of the 4 points being split across 4 different holds or volumes. There is nothing to say that you need to put your hands in a certain position or your feet in a certain position, but all 4 points needs to be marked by your 4 limbs, if that makes any sense. We also have the 10-point scoring hold, which is like the halfway through score that you get. Previously it was a zone hold, so sometimes I get confused in the terminology, and I apologize for that. But so that's the first scoring position that you get. And then topping the climb gives you 25 points, which is marked with a little pink circle and a 25 mark. The scoring system is as such that a flash doing something on the first attempt awards you the full score, so 25 points. After that, a 0.1 is deducted for every attempt that you do. So getting a climb on the second attempt awards you 24.9. So this is what you will see in the result list that I will try to bring up on screen every so often so we can keep in touch with the standings. But you can also use the Climb Along website or app to get an updated result list throughout the climbs. And it's a little bit lag behind, but not by much. And I think somebody was kind enough to actually write that out in the commentary field as well, if you struggle to find it. Yeah, so as I started by mentioning, I sometimes get sidetracked by my own speaking and trail of thought. We've had 4 route setters working throughout the clock. I think they left at 3 a.m. Today, and they were back at 7. Crazy stuff. But so we have William Terras and Joris Delahaye. Both, I think, from France, and they are IFSC official route setters. So it's the International Federation for Sport Climbing, high-ranking route setters, a lot of years in practice and also a lot of courses and training done. They've built here together with Björn Strömberg and Livia Ståhl, who I think both are local to Gothenburg and to Grepp, which is the venue that the Nordic Championship is hosted by, which you can also see at the top part of the screen. Conveniently placed marketing. Good of them. I think we're nearing the end of the observation. After they're done with the observation time, they will move back into the isolation. And then the first climbers of today will get ready to start. They will have 4 minutes from the time that the buzzer goes off. We also have a clock at the top center of our screen. You will also see the clock sometimes in the actual viewing that you can see on the top right side of the screen next to the Swedish Climbing Federation logo. You can also see the sponsors of the Nordic Championship this year in the bar beneath. As I said, Grepp is the climbing gym that is kindly hosting this year's Nordic Championship. And then Skapa, La Sportiva, Flower Republic is also sponsors of this year's event, and the climbing club behind the Nordic Championship is Lerum's Klätterklubb. So massive shout out to all the organizers, sponsors, and all the assisting staff that we have on site. It's a massive organizational feat, and we have judges in every problem. We have people attending to the isolation, helping out with the cleaning. So many people just giving their time to this event, and without all of these, we couldn't do it. So if you're interested in climbing, if you have children who are climbing, I would love for you to get involved with a climbing club and to start helping out with the competitions, because we need every hands on deck in order to do events like this. And this year's Nordic Championship has so far been an amazing event, which has been organized by Lerums Klätterklubb and Grepp. All right, the viewing time is up and over. The climbers have gone back into the isolation, and we will slowly get ready to start with the final. And off they go. Let's see if we can get the climbers into view. Here we go. And as I mentioned before, on the men's side, we have 9 finalists, which means that Theodor Bertzel, sorry, apologize for that, will be climbing alone on his first problem. Oh, he tried the palm press that we saw some of the Youth 19 male athletes do. It's really cool. I hope he gets it that way. And you can see the clock up top. And as you can see now, I tried to pull in the scoreboard and the name. We'll see how that works out, as we'll have a lot of athletes on the board at the same time. One attempt done by Theodor. He didn't manage to get to the 10-point scoring hold. Hence, no points on the board so far. Let's see if he's more successful. Yeah, he really worked that out. Slowed down the move brilliantly. Now he's moving up through these very, very tricky volumes. We saw that the youth athletes were struggling with figuring out how to use these and where to put your feet. We saw a lot of really interesting methods. Let's see. Oh, he just slid off. That must have hurt his palm. But it's a really good attempt from Theodor, and as he got the 10-point scoring hold on his second attempt, he is awarded 9.9 points. So that is his current standing. It's a lot easier when I have this on screen instead of me trying to explain something in theory which you can't really see and follow. So I get one question, if the U17 could have watched the Youth 19 climbers. No, they couldn't. The isolations for the Youth 19 and 17 started at the same time. And it's because the climbs are so similar, you wouldn't be noticing the difference. So if they had not been in ISO, they could have watched the live stream, which they weren't allowed to. So these athletes have been in isolation from, I think it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that. On the seniors, on the other hand, the route setters will set new boulder problems. So the seniors' isolation doesn't start yet. So the senior climbers can watch the stream and also be here on the site. Super good attempt from Theodor. Still doesn't get award any more points since 9.9 is the highest he's had. If he gets his hands on the top hold, he will be awarded 24 something points depending on the amount of attempts. Theodor still has an hour, that was a long time, 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock, having a rest on the mats, brushing the volumes. I love to see the athletes brush. It's such an important aspect of climbing. I know a lot of people who train in the climbing gyms but maybe don't compete as much, they forget about brushing, but it makes a huge difference brushing the holds and the footholds. Let's see here, focusing on Theodor. He's really learned how to do that move. Oh, the 3-finger drag on the crimp, that's nasty. Feet on. Oh, he's pressing through his foot so well. Oh no. It's such a strenuous box position. It's more overhand than what it looks like. Our stream doesn't really portray the angles of the walls so well, so I will try to talk you through that to give you a good idea of actually what the athletes are being challenged by. That being said, Theodor's time is up and he will be going back into isolation. And we will now have both Noah and Carolina, I think, on their respective first boulder problems. So we have Noah from Denmark and Carolina from Denmark, by the looks of things. The first boulder problem for the women's is this kind of move out to the right and either stand tall into the shoulder overhead press. We saw some of the youth 17 athletes struggle with that. we also saw some just going far. So instead of going dynamic like she was trying now, they were just going static, reaching out. It's a really good one from Noah, going simultaneously to the crimp and to the volume, avoiding the match, which could potentially save his fingers and finger strength for the later climbs as well. And also for this one, obviously. I think it's a little bit trickier. We saw one of the Youth 17 climbers attempt to do that. I think it was the Icelandic climber Daniel who used a similar method. I think men's Boulder 1 was, I think, the climb that I saw the most different methods on, and the same for women's number 1. So keep an eye out on that. Like in the Youth 17 final, a lot of the women opted to solve this problem in their own unique ways, playing to hopefully what is their strengths instead of making it harder than it necessarily has to be. Now Carolina needs to move out to the 10-point scoring hold. I don't think she will be awarded that 10 or 9 something. So the deal is that for the zones, the 10-point holds to count into consideration, the climber needs to actively use it. And that means a change in position or directionality of your body, and this can sometimes be really, really subtle, and sometimes it's a lot more obvious, like the 10-point hold on the men's one, where obviously he grabs it and pulls and moves across the volumes. So Carolina's still on 0 points, although she was super close to getting the 9.8. I think that would have been a second attempt. This, I think, is his third attempt. So now she's using it. So she's pressing into it to actually change her body position. So this is well and done. So she's on the scoring board with a 9.07, I think that should be. And now she's pressing tall into the shoulder press. I love this move. Getting her feet up, we saw some of the Youth 17 going left foot up like she's doing, or right foot up. I think what she's doing is the easier method. Then again, you need to play to your strengths. If you're more flexible on one side, or maybe a shoulder niggle. Yeah, let's see if she can sort this out. I don't think that I call these holds volcano holds, because they are like a volcano. And if you climbed on them before, you know that one side is kind of positive. It feels like a jug, like a really, really good hold. And then if you switch it upside down, it's a nasty hold. It looks good, but it's just hanging onto your fingers and your friction in your skin, which is, I think, what Carolina and the women are facing. Yeah, let's see. Don't really know what's going on here. Yeah, cool. 30 seconds on the clock for these two athletes. Both of them are on the scoring board. Noah with a 10-point, since he secured the 10-point hold on his first attempt. And we have Carolina on 9.7 points, securing the 10 points on her third attempt. And both of them now trying their very, very best to get to the final top hold. Oh, I like this. Carolina is switching her method around, but she's going to be timed out. Oh, so many of the athletes being really, really close on time here today. Well done of both of them regardless. And we are ready to bring out the two Swedes. We have Herman and we have Alice. Same boulder problems as we've seen before. And they start by brushing. I mean, there's been 3 athletes on these climbs before them, and as some of you commented on during the Youth 17 final, the athletes needs to brush by themselves. We don't have designated brushers here today. So starting your time by brushing is a very good way to ensure that the climb is not greasy and well and clean, but it also gives you a little bit of information regarding what you're facing. As I mentioned during the viewing, they're not allowed to touch the other holds apart from the starting holds and during the viewing time. But brushing them, you can actually feel how sharp or open or what kind of angles you're facing. So it gives you a little bit more information than what you get from just looking at the climb. I mean, these are the youth 19. A lot of these are really seasoned competitors. Some of them have competed on the international scene multiple times before. They know, and they know what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. So yeah, brushing. It's interesting, like the women's one, boulder problem. When I was looking at it, it didn't look like the first move should pose that much of a challenge, but it is. So I think the big purple bit she's throwing for, it must be a lot bigger and bulkier than what it looks like from screen, because I thought it was going to be juggy, but it seems very, very tricky for them to grab it. Meanwhile, we have Herman progressing, I think. Yeah, we've seen other people up here, but it looks really good. He looks to be in quite a solid position. No idea what he's standing on there. Getting his feet around. Oh, this is very solid work from Herman so far. Needs to find a position to actually match the hold, and he does. And yeah, that's a top from Herman. It's the first top of today's final. Oh, and it was his second attempt, so 24.9 points on the board for Herman. And that gives us ample opportunity to focus on Alice. Alice has an hour, not an hour, Jesus Christ. She has 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and she sticks the move. Amazing. Well done, Alice. She's looking a little bit frustrated. I hope she doesn't feel it. She's doing so well so far. When I was looking at this boulder problem, I just thought, oh my god, my shoulders are going to be so sore after this. It's kind of nasty of the route setters to have them start with this one, because you need to first and foremost just press up through your biceps and overhead into your shoulders, and then you need to turn around and you need to utilize your width of your arms and getting the rotation to press out through your shoulders. She's doing it so much better there, but she just falls backwards as she's trying to move across to the left. So basically what they're doing is that they're exercising every part of the shoulder musculature for these women. And then they have another 3 problems to go. Yeah, I don't envy their shoulders tomorrow. But it's a cool climb. I really like this one. It doesn't look too complicated, but obviously it poses the difficulty that the route setters intended. This looks better from Alice. Oh, she just falls out. She needs to be a little bit closer to the wall and maybe slow down the movement slightly. But that's her time gone. Unfortunately, no points for Alice so far. And now we have Håkon and Amalie on the first climbs. And there we have them started. They start by brushing, getting ready, and they're off. Oh, so now you can actually see Amalie going for the more static method across. Don't think I saw anyone succeed with that. I think it's slightly too far away, and maybe also the big purple blob is not great. So it's really hard to pull in on that. I'm sure some can do it, but that requires a lot of bicep strength. Let's see. Yeah, that looks. I do think that looks better. Oh, she's looking at her skin. It was a hard round yesterday, 6 boulder problems, and I'm warming up today. And her looking at her skin already is not. It's not a good sign. I've seen some of their hands, and yeah, skin wore through quite quickly yesterday. Hopefully, she has enough so she doesn't start bleeding through her fingertips. Then she needs to tape them, and that's obviously not very good for the friction. Here we go. Oh, she's standing tall and nice. This is really good of her. Getting into the shoulder press position, securing the 10th scoring hold. Now she needs to get some flexibility in. Knees are fine. I normally call it a dodgy knee, but it's nothing dodgy with it. You're allowed to use every single part of your body when you're climbing. But yeah, this is interesting. Some of the younger athletes, many of them who came into that position, they weren't struggling too much with getting their feet up, but it's a mobility and flexibility part. And we also saw a lot of people opting to go outright to the 10 scoring hold and put your foot up and press out through that, which I think is smart if you struggle a little bit with the hip mobility. Could also see Amelia touching her shoulder and neck a little bit. I hope she didn't strain it and just used it to refocus. This is interesting from Håkon. Very strong of him to be standing up in that position. Haven't seen anyone succeed or even try to do it that way. It's interesting how 5 little volumes can generate so many different movements across the number of athletes that we have. I love this climb. I think it's aesthetic and it's challenging in many, many different ways, and yet possible. We saw the Youth 17, some of them do it, and we've also seen it topped earlier by Herman, so it's definitely possible, but it's a challenge. Same goes for the women's one. Hasn't been topped in the Youth 19 final, and I keep referring to the Youth 17 final as well because the climbs are very similar. We will not be able to spot the differences in the tweaks by the route setters because that's the point. But they are not climbing on exactly the same boulders as the Youth 17 climbers. There are angles switched, footholds moved to make it harder and more difficult and more age appropriate, so to say. Yet since some of you have been in the stream since earlier this morning in the Youth 17 final, you might have seen some of the methods the men and women tried in that category. And here we have Håkon. He's still trying that reverse move, looking to the left rather than the right. Yeah, 10 seconds. I think he's going back into isolation. It's not enough time to get to the top. And I think Amalie, same decision by her. And now we have Elias and Leah. Almost. Running into each other, which are on the first women's and men's boulder problem. And we also have Theodor from Denmark on men's too. So from here on now, we will have 4 climbers simultaneously on the wall. Theodor is alone because in the men's category, we have 9 finalists instead of the 8th finalist due to a equal score in the qualifying round. But so for now we have 3 climbers to focus on. We have Leah and Elias who start their final round, and we have Theodor who's out on his second boulder problem. So I'm gonna remove the name board since I can't keep all of them on the screen at the same time. It will just be confusing. We have Leah stepping up, and she's trying something I haven't seen before. She's going dynamically with her right foot out to the volume and trying to stop the movement. She's reading it more as a coordination jump than a step up, is what I would call it. And the men's 2 slab has been tweaked from the Youth 17 final, but it wasn't topped in the Youth 17 final. I really want to see somebody top this slab. The first move is this kind of dynamic step up, catching a decent hold on the volume, which is the 10-point scoring hold. But after that, you have nothing for your hands. You just need to work with your feet on these gnarly dishes. They're dual tack, really no edgy bits for your feet, and you need to transition around the corner. We can't really see it, but the wall changes angle, so you go across and right at the same time as you're moving over the volumes being pushed out. It's really tricky. We saw some really good close attempts earlier today, no top though. So I'm psyched to see this one in action again. And we now have Leah, who's managed to stick the first move. At the same time, we also have Elias, I think it is, sticking the first move and moving up through these lovely volumes. Leah figuring out, she's getting her, look at this hip mobility. She got her foot up so easily. Now she needs to press through her right shoulder, and this, we have seen another, oh no, she just fell out of it. That's unfortunate. I don't think that volcano is very good. From that position, I think she needs to try to get her right foot up on the 10th scoring hold. From that, she should be able to reach the top hold. We haven't seen anyone managing to do that yet, but we still have a lot of climbers to come. 1 minute on the clock for these 3 athletes, currently just taking a breather on the mats. This looks really promising from Leah. She has 30 seconds. It should be just about enough time. Oh, that looks strenuous on the wrists. Oh, and we also have Theodore from Denmark sticking the move to the 10-point scoring hold. Unfortunately for Elias, I don't think he managed to get men's 1. And oh, it's so close for Leah. And the climbers are timed out and they have to go back into isolation. So now we will have 4 climbers. We will have Christine and Emily on men's 1 and women's 1 making their entry on today's bouldering final. And we will also see Caroline and Noah, I think, back on the mats, climbing on men's 2 and women's 2. So 4 climbers on the wall at the same time. We'll try to keep up. So we have Carolina, I think it is, from Denmark on women's 2. It's the pinch mania. She will start hanging onto a pinch with her feet on the big green blob in the roof, and then she will progress through a set of gnarly pinches, getting to a, I think it's a decent hold, which is the 10 scoring hold, and then she will start struggling with kind of big open holds and a lot of body tension. On men's 2, we have Noah from Denmark qualifying through on the same point or score as his countryman Theodore. And he's now slowly making his way through the slab. From this position here, I think he needs to unwind quite obviously. It's really tricky, and then, yeah, just slipped off. And from that point, he needs to then, I think, pounce and jump to the top hold, which is out of view for us because there is some kind of wooden structure in the way. But we have Finnish climber Emily Nuttinen on the men's 1. I think he looks to be in a really good position for this. Oh, I hope he can unwind from here. The previous tops I've seen, they've gone up with the right hand first, not the left hand like Emily is doing, but oh my gosh. Oh my god. That was epic. Jesus Christ. The finger and shoulder strength of Emmeline. Super well done of him getting to the top. So we have Carolina on the top right side of the screen, and we have, I think it's Noah. Oh, here we go. Now we have Caroline and Noah. So we have Noah currently sitting in 3rd with 19.9 points, and Caroline just starting her, well, with in 4th place with 9.7 points from her first boulder problem. They have 1 minute to go on the clock to improve on their scores. And meanwhile, we also have Norwegian climber on women's 1. And let's see, that should be, yes, Christine, I think it is on women's 1. Getting a little bit lost in my lists. I apologize for that. We have Noah back in stable position on the slab, trying to figure out how to unwind this move. Just slipping off. The footholds are not great. The black dots that you can see on the white holds are slightly more protruding than the white part of the hold, but not by much. So it still poses a massive challenge. And we have Olav Vekve on men's 1, and I think also Kaja Moen Evsen from Norway on women's 1. And back out on the mats, we should also have Alice Röst from Sweden and Herman Tidare, also from Sweden. That looks about right. Yeah, okay, so we have good start from Kaja, getting that somewhat tricky first move on the women's 1. I think first go, moving easily over to the scoring point. Similar situation for Ola on men's 1. Seems to be making quick work of the first half of the problem, and as I said that, he just slipped up. And we also see Alice brushing the strut pinch. It's really, really overhung, women's 2. You can't really see it so well from this point of view, but they're hanging upside down. You can look at her ponytail as she flips her feet up. Like it's steep. This is a steep climb. And without actually any footholds, I can see one of the tweaks that they did from the Youth 17. Yeah, so but without having any other options for footholds, she needs to then move her hands up on this series of pinches. Probably kick her feet out and then try to get to the 10-point stone hold. So massive challenge. Meanwhile, we see Herman moving really well on the slab. He got away with one top on boulder number 1. So giving him, he's in a really good position, especially if he can manage to get this slab, which is a tricky one. Meanwhile, we can also see that Ola is creeping his way up on these volumes. Watch his foot, it just popped. And Kaja is back on the 10th hold on women's 1. Needs to somehow get her feet up and reach for the volcano hold. I like what she's trying to do. I don't think it's gonna work, but I like that she's trying something different. I think that was only her second attempt. And Alice has made it through to the first series of pinches, and she's now on the scoring hold. So nice one for Alice. Let's see. See, they look good, those holds, but they're so slippery, and like her foot just popped and she just pinged off. Yeah, unfortunate, but hopefully she has managed to remember what she did to get through the pinch section in the beginning and can do that quite smoothly again. She should have enough time to give it one more good go and attempt on the top. Same goes obviously for all the other athletes. I do think that Herman, if he wants to get the slab done, should get going, because slabs, you don't want to be rushing those. It's almost like he heard what I was saying and he's back off the mat. Let's see if Kaja will try yet another different. It looks like she's gonna. No, she's going back to this here. Pressing up through her shoulder. You can just see how slopey that volcano dish is. She's trying to get her foot up. Maybe she should opt for a knee. Oh, she's running out of time. That was not a bad attempt from Kaja. Tough round for the men and the women as we get ready to welcome out our second to last climbers to be entering their final. We have Jenny from Iceland and we have Jonna from Sweden attempting boulder number 1. Alongside them we should have Amalie and Håkon, who will be attempting the men and women's second boulder. So a lot of people in movement right now. You can see that the crowd is arriving and apparently we're waiting for one more athlete. 10 seconds, I'm wondering. Yeah, not quite sure what's happening.
Here we have him, Håkon.
It's Håkon that we're waiting for from Norway.
3, 2, 1.
He has arrived and off they go, brushing the holds. As I said, Jenny and Jonna are starting their finals here today together on the men's and women's number 1. You can see them in the bottom part of the screen. At the moment, we have 4 athletes on the wall at the same time. It's quite stressful, but it gives a lot of opportunity to watch really amazing climbing. And we have Amelie, who's back out on the mats for her second climb, together with Håkon that we were waiting for. And Håkon has succeeded in making the first transition on the slab, whilst we're watching Noah. Oh, it just struggles on the volumes. Should have said that, but a lot of the youth 19 male climbers, they managed to top all of the climbs yesterday during qualifiers, and Noah was one of them, but so was Olav and Emilien, I think. So these athletes are, they're strong, they're technical, they're balancy. They managed to get through the challenges set yesterday. Today, maybe they're a bit harder, maybe the athletes are a little bit more tired, or maybe it's just more at stake. Who knows? They know. I can ask them afterwards. Anyway, we can see Jenny from Iceland. She is well and easy through to the 10-point scoring hold, and now she enters this tricky shoulder press section, getting her feet up, displaying the mobility of her hips. Oh, smart! She is using the top. Oh, that was really close. I wonder if she would want to switch her hand around and use it as an undercling instead of the open volcano hold that she is, but that would be so hard on the wrist. Noah is making good work with the volumes here. He's getting his weight nice and easy through his feet. From this position here, he should be a top. Whoop! As I said that, he slips a little bit. This is tricky. Oh, that was nice. I like that. He's the first one to do it that way, but the heel looked really secure. It's interesting because from here it kind of looks like once they get one hand on the top hold, they're done. It's solid. But then you can all see them skating around with their feet and trying to find a stable position to mat. And Amelie has worked her way, I think it's Amelie, has worked her way through the pinches on women's 2, trying to get to the scoring hold, the number 10. There she does that. And you can see she's digging her fingers into it, so it's slightly more positive. And this is where, I was just about to say, this is where they kind of underestimate the difficulty of that move. We've seen it so many times, just moving slightly too fast onto the big open, don't even know what it is, eyeball. And Jenny is she's reversing back down again. Let's see. Can't really see what she's doing. She's trying to pinch the volcano, and she's just launching but slips off. It's interesting because that move was not hard in the Youth 17 final. I can't see what they've done. Maybe they've switched the volcano around. That would be like the obvious thing to do, but they might have changed more things. But they made that move so much harder, and the boulder problem looks absolutely similar. We have Håkon on the slab, getting to the point where he needs to work with his feet. There are no more handholds on the wall. They need to move around this corner and also cross their feet and unwind, which is exactly what he's doing now. 6 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately for all of our athletes, that's their time done on Boulder 1 and Boulder 2. And we're now welcoming the final athletes out on the first problem. And we have Tilda Kosonen and Linus Kvarnström, who are starting their final. And on the second climb, we have Lea and Elias out on problem number 2. And I think we will also have Theodor on men's 3. Let's see. So Tilda is on her way quickly. Oh, she just fumbles with the shoulder press catch. And yeah, Linus is stepping in. Linus got a perfect 150 score yesterday, meaning that he didn't fall once on the 6 boulder problems. Let's see what he can make of this tricky first climb. He's getting his weight nice through his feet, and it looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's still on the wall though. I managed to swap his feet around. Let's see what he can make of that. Meanwhile, we also have Tilda getting through to the 10-point hold. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Linus doing a French float, just matching the top hold. Showing off a little bit. That's a flash for Linus, which should put him in the top of the scoring board from the first round. We also see Tilda. She's trying, oh no, she's fell off. Similar to what Jenny did to pinch the top half of the volcano. And we have Leah. Yes, it's Leah. We have Leah on women's 2. We have, let's see, Elias on men's 2. And we have Theodor on men's 3, which you can see on the far bottom corner of your screen. This is the overhang climb. They start with very, very small hold on the right hand side, for the right hand, sorry. And then they move to this really gnarly pinch, as you can see there. And then there's a shoulder pop out into a crimp. It looks heinous. And Leah is getting her way through to the 10-point scoring hold. Let's see if she can maintain, but oh, you see, just as she unwinds, her foot comes off that little green knoblet thing, and she pings off immediately. I wonder if they need to switch feet to put your left foot there and like hook the big ear with your right foot to stay in position, because it doesn't look like they're able to hold the swing without their feet on. So let's see what Tilda can do with her last minute and 30 seconds on the first climb. She gets easily through to the 10-point scoring hold and into this double shoulder press, where she needs to figure out which foot to go up with first. This is nice. She's opting to the right foot. Oh, this is really promising from Tilda. This is super cool. She just has one more move to go, and then, oh yeah, and she succeeds. Lovely, lovely, lovely from Tilda. So women's 1 has been topped by Tilda, men's 1 topped by Linus. We're currently watching Leah on women's 2, the pinch transition in the overhang. We have Elias on the slab, and we have Theodor on the men's overhang. Let's see if Leah has, oh my god. She holds this, that's amazing. Let's see if she can keep the tension. Unfortunately not. And 30 seconds on the clock, I don't think she will give it another attempt. She already has the 10-point scoring hold. It's the top that's needed to improve on her score. And now we can focus on Elias. shortly on the slab, and here you can actually see the kind of unwinding they need to do. Oh, it's so hard. And we get to see Theodore in the overhang, but only minutes to go, and I think we'll head back into isolation. So the standings, the current standings, do bear in mind that some of these athletes have been on 2 or 3 climbs already, whilst others have been on just the 1 climb. So the scores are really provisional, but it kind of gives you an idea of where they are all placing. If you want to keep up with the scores when I'm not showing them, you can go into the Climb Along app, a website where they will be updated throughout the finals. So that said, we are now leaving boulder number 1 behind us, and we're focusing on boulder number 2 and boulder number 3 solely. So for the men's, we've already had a pre-glimpse of boulder number 3. It starts in a really overhung part of the wall. I think it's like 45 degrees. You can't really see it from here. There is a small yellow handhold that you can see on one of the volumes. I think it's possible to match that. And then a squanched up position, moving to really, really bad pinches and a massive shoulder move. Women's number 3 is a slab. And we saw some really spectacular tops on this slab from the Youth 17 category. First challenge is to get stood up into these knobbly bits, which also awards you with the 10-point scoring hold. And after that, it's all on your feet, similar to what we have on men's number 2. So a bit of a dynamic, you can see there, like a small pop-up onto really slow-moving, creeping footwork. And I love how the route setters have played with that. Forcing the athletes to do a bit of a fast move just before a slab will really wobble their mindset, because you start... It's such a different aspect, or different techniques that you need to use to go fast to these holds. And then you need to really slow down, breathe, and just get your weight over your feet. Oh, wow. Wow. That was beautiful. That was beautiful from Carolina. She just went hop. She made that look so easy. Well done, Carolina. And I think it's Emeli Nuttinen from Finland on men's 2. He's gotten through the first part, getting into this kind of tricky sequence where he needs to trust his feet and really get the weight through them. Oh, it felt like he was just pushing himself off the wall as he was leveraging on the volumes. I'm wondering if that's the best way. Let's see if he will try that again, or if he's opting for something else. And both women's 2 and men's 3 are really, really physical boulders. So the athletes tend to rest a lot longer between attempts, maybe giving it just 2 or 3 good attempts to not burn through too much energy. Oh, it's so close from Noah, but you can really see that pop over to the left shoulder move. And the crimp isn't great, it's a little bit in-cut, but you need to be so precise and so high in your shoulders to hang that. And the yellow pinch in the roof, the first one they're grabbing, it doesn't have anything underneath to stabilize. It's just that pure flat hold that they need to work with. 1 minute on the clock that you might have heard from the background. All athletes on the mat. Emeli looks like he really wants this slab. He's getting quickly off the ground, back onto it. Maybe it doesn't take too much energy from him. But slabs can be dubious like that, because they really do tire out your feet and your toes. Just look at the amount of pressure he's putting through his feet here. And we also have Christine, who is... this looks really good. This looks super promising from Christine from Norway. And she has the second to last hold. It's a little ear. Oh my God. Oh, excellent work from Christine. That was beautiful. It looked like her foot just slipped in the end, but she managed to hold it together. Super impressive. And we have the slab. And unfortunately, that looked really well. If you had tried that from the beginning, maybe it would have worked. But unfortunately, time's up. So now we will welcome out the next set of climbers, which I think should be. We have Alice on women's 3, and we have Kaja Isabel Moe Evensen on women's 2, and we have, let's see here, we have Ola Vevke on men's 2, and we should then have Herman Tidare on men's 3. And they are off. Oh, and let's see. Yeah, it's Kaja is making really quick work of women's 2 here. Just moving so smoothly through that bottom section. Unfortunately being a little bit too low on the second to last move. But yeah, she made that look very, very easy. And we have Olav on the slab. Getting a close-up view of him here. Let's see what he is opting for. We have seen some people try to just like go straight up from here towards the top hold, but most of them do try to cross their feet around before that part. Yeah, exactly. Trying to cross through, but now he needs to unwind, and it's so easy to kick yourself off the wall. And it's just inspecting that foothold. It's not big. It's very, very small, in fact. We have Alice from Sweden on the slab, and we have Herman also from Sweden on men's number 3. 2 very different problems, one being quite delicate and balancy, and the other one being extremely physical. And we have 2 Norwegian climbers at the same time on stage as well. Olav on the men's slab, and we have, I think, Kaja. Yeah, it's Kaja on the women's overhung problem. Kaja had a really, really good first attempt. I don't know if she's given any more attempts after that, or if she's been resting. It is the most physical of the women's boulders, I would say. So I wouldn't be surprised if she has been resting. Oh my god, that pendle she's taking in the pinches. But again, climbing super, super well through this section here. No hesitation. Just moving with the boulder and her body. It's really lovely to see people climb like that. She's just on the move constantly. Unfortunately, getting stumped on the same move outright as she did on the first attempt that I saw, at least. Meanwhile, Alice needs to stand up tall, and she's just a little bit short in reaching the big blobs and securing the 10-point hold, even though the 10-point hold won't be a 10-point, it will be a 0.9 something. Oh, Herman also got through the tricky start, which I think the shoulder start on men's 3. It's gonna put a stopper on, I think, quite a lot of the athletes today, unfortunately. But I hope I'm wrong. We have 9 seconds on the clock. Alice haven't secured the 10-point hold, which is why she's going for a last buzzer beater attempt. Unfortunately, she did not make it to the top or not even to the top, but to the zone hold. And she will go back into isolation. So now we should have Jenny from Iceland back out on women's number 2, and she should be climbing alongside Jona Kero from Sweden on men's number 2. And we have 2 Norwegians back on the mats. It should be Amalie, and is it Håkon? Possibly, yes. Oh, unfortunately, Alice just pinged off the second or third pinch. Even though it's possible to hold it with cutting your feet, I do think you need to engage your shoulders pretty well before cutting loose, or you will come spinning off like Alice did. We have Amelie on the slab. Yeah. Getting easily up to the... Sorry, it's not Alice, it's Jenny, of course, on the women's too. And Amelie from Norway working her way through the slab, getting her foot on. This is where we saw the lovely foot hop from the Danish climber, just boop, with the right foot landing well and easily on the next box. I don't know how she managed to do it, but it looks amazing. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah, like that, but maybe a little bit further so you land on the box. The box she's hopping to is actually, it's not flat like a tabletop, but it's flatter than most other volumes on the walls. So that's why they can do that and read it. Oh, look at Joa is, wow. And Jona from Sweden manages to get through the slab. Amazing, yeah. I didn't see how he was unwinding, but yeah, awesome. And then we got to see the little hop to the top from Jona. 2 minutes on the clock for the athletes. We have Jenny from Iceland on boulder number 2. Still haven't secured the 10-point hold, but well on her way to do so. And we have Amalie from Norway on women's number 3, the slab. And we have Håkon, also from Norway, on the men's overhang. Amalie got really close on her previous attempt on the slab here. Let's see if she can repeat what she did on her first attempt or third attempt. I can't remember all of the attempts, but her previous go. She needs to find that foot. It's so tricky. She's just feeling her way through, but yeah, manages to find it. And now she will... Oh no. She's so close to sticking that, but it's tricky. I think she needs to, I don't know, get her center of gravity closer to her leg, maybe extending the left leg through down to just stop the movement a little bit, but super cool attempts. And Jenny is, she just slipped off the pinch. That's gonna make her skin really sore. And we also get to see Håkon on this here, moving through to the pinch, getting the toe hooks in. And now it's this like shoulder, that slips off the pinch. It's just so steep. So strenuous to hold on to that. And guessing it's not helping that the holds are getting a little bit sweatier. It's getting warmer in here as well. It's filling up with people. It's really cool. The crowd is getting bigger. Okay, so 12 seconds on the clock. I think most of the athletes are moving out. Håkon is giving it a last attempt, trying to secure the bonus hold. Yeah, so the standings currently you can see here, whilst we welcome out the last climbers on boulder number 2, and it's Tilda Kosonen from Finland and Linus Kvarnström from Finland. In 3, 2, 1, and go. And that's time. So we have Linus on the slab that we just saw Jona managed to top, so we know it's doable, even though it's really, really hard. And we have Tilda Kosonen from Finland, no, Norway, sorry, Jesus Christ. Tilda from Norway on... No, I'm confused. So we have Tilda Kosonen from Finland on women's number 2. She's the final climber out on women's number 2. And we also have the Danish climber Theodor on men's number 4. And this is because there were 9 climbers in the men's final, whilst only 8 climbers in the women's final. And Tilda is making really, really quick work here again of women's number 2. Yeah, no problem for Tilda. I think she also topped women's number 1. Super well done from her. She can go back into ISO and have a bit of a rest. Linus has also made it through the first part of the slab, trying to uncross his feet and unwind. Let's see if he can figure out how to do that sequence. whilst we also have Leah Koenig from Norway on the women's slab. She's just trying to make this little foot swap. Whoop, and just pings off the wall. Unfortunate. And Linus, again, they're so quick, these boys, but yeah, that's a top for Linus, so it makes it 2 out of 2. Yeah, it's a lot of people cheering him on. Yeah, was a top for Linus on that one. Let's see, Tilda. Yeah, and Tilda also flashed her number 2. So both of the leading athletes from yesterday are topping the 2 first boulder problems. And we have Elias from Norway on men's number 3, the physical overhang problem. And we have Leah Koenig from Norway on the women's slab. And now we also get it into better view, men's number 4, that we see Danish athlete Theodor Bertilsen climbing on. This is Theodor's last boulder of the Nordic Championships 2026, his last appearance in the final. So if you're in the chat, if you're in the crowd, just share him on some extra. This is the 10th climb that he's done in 2 days. It is taxing. So for those of you who weren't watching earlier today, oh wow, yeah. So in this climb here, they kind of, pounce to this one, and from here they need to generate a lot of momentum. And we saw athletes trying to stop on the hold in the middle, and athletes going all the way through either both hands and feet or just with the left foot. So it's one of those climbs that we saw a lot of different methods on earlier today. Leah is struggling a little bit getting back up into position. She's using the foothold as a palm press. It's interesting. Trying just to get height up onto the 10th scoring hold. And we also have the Norwegian climber through in the shoulder section. Oh, unfortunately, I think he rushed it a little bit. Because getting to that point and getting through the first moves there is the hardest part. At least it looked like it before. But then you just can't rush it. And if you're tired, it's going to be painful. So it's Elias from Norway. 11 seconds. Oh wow, on the third. I don't think he has time to top it in 5 seconds, unfortunately. Bit of a wasted attempt, but I mean, it's hard when you're psyched. He just wanted to do the climb, and I'm fairly certain he can do it. It's just within 4 minutes, and under this format and with the pressure. Anyway, well done of the athletes, and now we have climbers on women's 3 and also on women's and men's 3 and women's and men's 4th problem. So I think it should be Carolina from Denmark on women's 4 together with Noah from Denmark on men's 4. We should have, who do we have here? Yeah, so we have Christina on women's 3, and is it Emily Nuttinen from Finland on men's 3. I liked what Noah did there. He just kept using his feet and just pulled through. And it worked for him. Let's see, he just needs to generate so much momentum moving out to the left. 1, 2, stop. Yeah. But you get the idea. That's what he will be trying to do, and stop either there or move his left hand with him to the white hold. The women's choreodynamic move, I think it's tack-tack. Yeah, exactly what Carolina was trying to do, that, moving simultaneously across and stop using your right foot and right hand and then move to the top hold. Trickier than what it looks like. And we also have Christina progressing really well on the slab. She's up to this foot swap, which, it's causing a little bit of problem for the women because the wall is pushing you out. And she also looks really extended. Yeah, she just wiggled off the wall, unfortunately. But she still has 2.5 minutes to work it out. Same goes for all of the athletes on the wall. Oh wow, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful from Caroline, and that's the top for Caroline. Her last problem in the final. That was really smooth. That was super smooth for Caroline. Really well climbed. And let's see what Emily Nuttinen from Finland can make of this tricky one here. Oh, he just can't. He didn't get it all the way through. I think he needs to turn his wrist a little bit more to get into it. The hold on the 10-point volume, it is quite in-cut. You will see if he gets it, he can actually wrench his fingers around or in the hold, but he needs to get it in the perfect position, and it's a small one. Oh, and here is Noah again, 1.5 minutes on the clock, attempting this hop through. Really cool climb. Ooh. It's one of those climbs that we saw the athletes progress on between every attempt. So he's getting closer and closer. Here you can also see the current standings as we have them. We have Noah in 5th position. Atop of this one would award him 24 something points. But right now we were focusing on Christine on the women's slab. She needs to somehow swap her feet. Unfortunately not finding the position to do so. And here are the standings in the women's Youth 19 final with Carolina, who just finished her final round in 1st position. But it's really open, and a lot of the athletes still have a good chance on the podium. Unfortunately, yeah, the shake of her head just falls off. Yeah, it looked tricky for her to figure out how to switch her feet up. I don't really know what the other athletes were doing differently. Suppose you can go back and watch it side by side. But it was something with her balance being slightly off, unfortunately for her. Now we will have Kaja Moe Evensen on the women's 3. We also have Alice on women's 4. And Ola Vevke on men's 3. And I think, yeah, it's Herman Tidare from Sweden on men's 4. Kaja making it easily up to the 10-point scoring hold. I like what she's doing here. She actually made that foot cross before, so she avoided swapping her feet on that hold. Meanwhile, we also have Herman trying to generate the momentum to move across left. Oh, this is beautiful from Kaja, and that is a flash. And I don't know if you can hear the crowd behind, but everybody was screaming for her. That was a beautiful display of slab climbing from Kaja. Well done. And we also have the Norwegian Olav Vevke. Here we go. You get him into picture here. He's making really good progress on men's 3. This hold he's on with the left hand. It's a lot worse than the other 2. Oh, and he just pings off. But 2 minutes 30 on the clock. I mean, this is a strenuous climb, but he has time to give it a good rest. We have Herman back on to the men's 4, his final climb of today. Yeah, easily through to the 10 points, and from here he needs to generate so much momentum to fling himself across the wall. And the same goes for Alice on the bottom right side of the screen. Is different directionality, kind of similar-ish movements. Oh, he's so close, and so is Alice. These are interesting moves. I mean, the climbers, they do train and practice these kind of coordination styles, but each and every one of them are different. And I just love watching how the athletes learn with every attempt. They get closer and closer, more refined in their movement. It's really cool to watch, and I often feel like, oh, just one more minute, then they will have it. But it's a 4-minute format that we have. They know what's at stake, and they have practice for this. So let's hope that Alice has figured out how to get the distance. Oh, she's just a little bit short with her leg that she's kicking out. From Caroline, the Danish climber, she managed to stop on that move with the right leg out, right foot out, instead of going both hands, right hand and foot out. So maybe that's the method. 1 minute on the clock, and we have Swedish climber Herman and Alice in view at the moment. Both of them attempting this coordination dyno, and Herman gets it. This is what I'm talking about. Like, he's learning with every attempt. Yeah, and that's, I think, a top for Herman on the final problem of his final. And we also have, now we get to see Ola back in this gnarly position. You can see the foothold he's standing on. It's very, very slopey, and this is also very overhung. The yellow pinch for his left hand's not great. And the top hold, as you can see, not amazing either. With 20 seconds on the clock, I don't think he will give it another attempt. But Alice is still at it. I mean, it's a quick climb, so she will really, really need to hurry. Unfortunately for Alice, that's that for her final. All she can do now is to sit back and watch the other athletes complete their rounds and hopefully enjoy the climbing a little bit as well. So welcoming out now is Jona Kero from Sweden and Jenny Hallisdotter from Iceland, who are attempting women's and men's 3. And we also have 2 Norwegian climbers out simultaneously, and that should be Amalie, I think, and Håkon, who are getting on their final climb of this Nordic Championship final. Oh, that was quick work from Amalie on the slab. I blinked and she was gone. Very, very well done. Sorry, it wasn't Amalie, it was Jenny. Jesus Christ. It's hard when it's 4 climbers on the same time. Amalie is the Norwegian climber in the bottom right corner of the screen, attempting the dynamic swing across. We also have Jona Kero from Sweden on men's number 3, the physical climb. Jona climbed really, really well during qualifiers yesterday, qualified in 2nd position, having topped all the climbs, similar to what a couple of other male athletes did. In the top part of the screen we have Norwegian climber Håkon, I think it is. Yep, and he is attempting the swing across climb. Probably just brushing some chalk or sweat off his hands before getting ready to swing and jump across. Ooh. Yeah, and as we saw from the previous climber, Herman from Sweden, they can really learn a lot between all the attempts on this climb, and I think maybe it doesn't take too much energy. The 10th scoring hold seems quite good, so they can maybe shake out a little bit of lactic acid and get prepared to the jump. So with 2 minutes-ish on the clock, I think Håkon has a decent chance of working out that movement. Meanwhile, we get to see Jona Kero from Sweden brushing men's 3. Yeah, here we have Håkon again. Woo! What a spin he takes when he jumps up to that one. Let's see if he can generate a little bit more distance coming across this time. Yeah, oh, I mean, you can see he's closer. 1.5 minutes. I still has it. I think he has it. So the standings currently in the men's final, you can see now on the left-hand side. Bear in mind that some of these athletes have climbed 4 climbs and others have only done 2 so far. So the standings are subjected to change. 1 minute on the clock. Ooh! And it is, it's Amalie from Norway. She's getting closer and closer on the dynamic problem of women's 4 as well. 42 seconds on the clock. Whew. It looks quite brutal when the men are jumping across on the men's 4. When they stick that kind of coordination hand-foot placement, it doesn't look too bad, but when they kick themselves off the wall, like what Håkon did now, I just think it looks so brutal. And Juna looks a little bit disappointed, or shake of a head, maybe he's a little bit tired. It is a strenuous boulder. The position is really, really rough. 15 seconds. Oh, it's really close attempt for Amalie. I don't think she has time for another attempt. And neither does any one of the athletes. So that's us saying goodbye to Amalie and Håkon from Norway. Well done to both of them. Time for a bit of a rest and cheer on their mates, since we have, I think, a lot more Norwegian climbers coming up still. That said, we are now saying goodbye to men's and women's 3 boulder problem with the 2 final athletes. We have Linus Kvarnström from Sweden on men's 3, the physical overhang climb, and we have Tilda Kosonen from Finland on the women's slab. And we also have 2 athletes out who are doing their final climb of the Nordic Championships today, and they seem to be 2 Norwegian climbers. It should be Elias Eidenhoven and Lea König, who are attempting the dynamic final climbs of today's final. And Tilda is doing this really lovely early foot crossing as well. Linus making quick work of this start sequence that has posed problems for some of the athletes. That's his first fall on any of the climb in the Nordic Championships so far. He had flashed 8 problems up until this point. It's good to know that he's human. Meanwhile, we watch Leah throwing herself across right. Looks like she has fairly good timing. She needs to get a little bit higher. And I really like the method that Tilda had here. I like this early foot cross instead of doing the foot matching, getting her weight over. And she's going low. What we've seen for the previous athletes is just like, I don't know how she did that. That was lovely. I don't know how she managed to do that. It looked like she was off, and then she was just not off. Amazing. She is doing really, really well. I think she has now done all 3 climbs that she has attempted, putting her in a very, very good position for winning the Nordic Championships, not just podium, because I think the podium should be actually already decided for her. Linus is attempting to use a slightly different method than what he tried first. Matching this hold here, using quite a clever toe hook under the 10th hold, being a bit short on this one. Now we get him into closer view. All right. I see what he's trying to do there. So the second to last hold, the yellow slopey bit, it's not great. So he tried to skip it, which kind of makes sense, going with both hands at the same time. Let's see if he can manage to do that, or if he has to rethink his options. And we now have Elias in view on the top right side of the screen, throwing himself on the men's. He's getting so close. He has a minute to go. And we have Leah preparing for her final attempts. Should be enough time for 2 attempts for both Leah and Elias from Norway. I'd say Linus is just going to run down the clock and give it one good last final burn, because he doesn't want to tire himself out too much. 30 seconds on the clock, And Linus is off using that horrible pinch. You can see how hard that move is. He was just a little bit shorter or lower in his shoulder this attempt than his previous attempts. 17 seconds on the clock. And I think that is Elias walking off out of camera. Leah got so close. Linus gets so close to topping, but yeah, close but not enough. So the standings as such, with 3 out of 4 boulder problems done. Bear in mind that we still have a couple of climbers who haven't attempted boulder number 4, but we're nearing the end. So if you're watching the stream, right now is not the time to have a break or get a new cup of coffee. Right now is the time to watch, because this is when we are going to decide the medals in the Nordic Championships 2026 Youth 19 category. And on stage we have from Finland Emily Nuttinen, and from Norway Christine Jandem. And with only 2 climbers on the wall, we can also pull up their current standings and scores. Oh wow, Emily is just hanging on by a bare thread, but I think that hold is fairly good, judging by the way that he caught it and without any bigger problem just hung on to it. Yeah, it's a really good first attempt from Emily. He should be able to progress fairly quickly from that position. Similar from Christine. Just don't really know, maybe, yeah, the mind wasn't sufficiently determined. I think that's what I said during the Youth 17 final as well. She knows what she needs to do, but it just looked like her brain did not compute. It happens. But yeah, they're both taking a little bit of a rest on the mats. It's been an early morning for them. As I mentioned before, the Youth 19 category has been in isolation from the same time as the Youth 17 category, due to the fact that they're climbing on tweaked but very similar problems. So it's been an early morning. It was a long day yesterday. Now we're nearing the end. And they just need to fling themselves across the wall, and hopefully for each and every one of them, that also means a podium on the Nordic Championships. And Emily is doing really, really great work here. I think this is also his 3rd attempt or something, so that's really going to do wonders for his score. He's already sitting in 4th, so that should potentially bump him up. Christine is sitting in 3rd. Topping this one would obviously give her maybe a bit of a bigger head start. Emily, yeah, in 3rd position right now with that score. It's good of him. 1.5 minutes for Christine to figure out this coordination move. We have seen it topped, which is lovely. That was by the Danish climber Caroline, first one out on it. And she managed to stop on this first move that Christine is going both hands with. She stabbed her right foot out to the right foothold and very, very smoothly just gently stopped and went to the top. So we know it's possible, but it also needs to be done. And these coordination climbs, they take a while to learn. If you practice them a lot, obviously you're going to learn them a little bit faster. If you don't practice them that often, maybe because of the way that your training facility looks like, or just don't like them as much, I suppose, then it takes a little bit longer to learn the movements. And so what we normally see is quite rapid progression from first attempt to the last attempt. But the question is the progression fast enough for the 4-minute format that we have in the finals? Let's see, Christine, this is probably her last attempt. Oh, she's so close. I mean, she knows what she needs to do. She just needs to hit the foothold. She's slightly too high on it. Maybe feeling a little bit tense, not relaxing through her body like she can. I mean, it's a finals. It is tense. All of these athletes are nervous. Now, let's hope she can get this. Oh, no. Ah, well, super well done for Christina from Norway. That's her final done. She can now sit and have a bit of a rest and enjoy the rest of the finals, cheering her friends on. And now we should have Kaya and Ola. Two Norwegians out on stage at the same time. This has been a Norwegian heavy final. Well done to them as a group and as a team. They're getting started. The women's problem is going in the right side direction. The men's problem is going in the left side direction. Both of them require a lot of momentum and power and coordination, but in two very, very different ways. We can see Olav, he flung himself across quite immediately, whilst Kaja seemed to hesitate a little bit in the first move. Kaja seems to struggle a little bit with the move to the 10th scoring hold. She's climbed really, really well through this final. Had this lovely flash of the slab just a couple of minutes ago. Made good work of the first and the second climb as well. Really impressive. Woo. And Olav also had a good final. It's been hard to reach the tops for the men's. We've seen that. Oh, now Kaja has learned the move super, super well. She still has 2 minutes to figure out this next half, but oh wow, that was the height that she got. She landed her foot with a bent knee. Most other women have been quite low and extended. I thought that looked really well. I'm a bit surprised as well because she struggled with the first move, and I think the second move is harder, but she made the second move look easier than the first one. And now Olav should... Yeah, he's learning the move as well. He needs to be a bit higher up, I think, in order to stick the position. We've also seen some of the men switch their hands around, getting into like a palm press on the hold that he's currently brushing. Kaja, 1.5 minutes to go. The last thing she will do in the Nordic Championships 2026. Currently sits in 3rd position. Oh, she's so close. 1:15 on the clock should be enough time to give it a decent 1 or 2 more attempts, depending on whether or not she wants to rest. And Olav just easily hops over to the 10-point scoring hold. Oh no, he just slipped on the volume. Yeah, let's see if Kaja... She's moving so smoothly across that section now. It's hard to believe that she struggled a little bit in the beginning. Oh, it's so close. I think if she didn't move her right hand and just try to stop, like Caroline was doing, she would possibly be able to do that. 30 seconds on the clock. Both athletes are now running a little bit short on time, but still well doable. Both of these climbs are fast climbs. Oh, so close. Technically time for one more try for Kaja. I think this is Olav's probably last attempt. We know that matching the top hold on the men's requires a little... Oh no, he's just spun off. I hope he's okay. He spun out of him. And Kaja, oh no, she slips off the foothold. Well, that's their final done. Well done to both athletes. Kaja currently sits in 3rd. Let's see how that stands. We have 2 more athletes to go. So now we have Jenny Hallirsdottir from Iceland on the women's 4, and we have Jona Kero from Sweden on men's 4. Both of them qualifying in 2nd place from yesterday's qualifiers, having climbed really, really well. Very fast and smooth work from Jenny, getting across to the 10th scoring hold. She knows what she wants to do. I think the execution was really well. Just need to time it slightly better. And on the left-hand side, we see Jona getting into the starting position. They have to jump up for the 2nd starting hold, which is under the transparent geotech hold on the wall. And from this position, he needs to generate a lot of momentum and swing across. And from that position, continue the swing further away. Jenny repeating the first section, and let's see here. Ooh. Yeah, maybe just a little bit short with the leg. Just need to land the foot and not stress the movement. So easier said than done. I wouldn't be able to do so. I like Jonah was trying to figure out if he could use his feet maybe a little bit to just like not have to do that move, which, I mean, it's a good hold, but it looks kind of hard to get to it. And now he needs to start swinging and jumping. It's getting better. He is trying to kick his foot out, but didn't get quite all the way through to the grey hold. And Jenny is swinging along. Nice. This is very nice. Oh, that is close. That is close. She has 2 minutes on the clock. She currently sits in third, which also means that third is the I think, shouldn't say that. I'll keep my mouth shut. Let's go through the climbers instead. Yuna makes it back into the start of the massive swing. Oh, yeah, Yuna is learning the move, but 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Hopefully he has enough time. Oh, and Jenny as well, they're so close, and Jenny's been so close from her first attempt. Final minute for Yuna and Jenny. Now both of them are really rushing these final attempts, and I think Jenny is still getting closer and closer. 16 seconds. If there is a top, it's going to be a buzzer beater. Oh, she's so close, Jenny, and oh, so is Yuna. 8 seconds, and Jenny is giving it all she can out on the mats, and the crowd is loving it. Well, those two, Yuna and Jenny, currently sitting in third position. Really, really well climbed today. We now welcome out the final athletes of today's final. And yeah, Lena's currently sitting in second position, and Tilda currently sitting in first, which also means that both Yuna and Jenny will, unless there are any protests, finish on the podium of the Nordic Championships 2026. So although they didn't get the final climbs, look slightly disappointed. They've done super, super well. So has all of our finalists here today and all of the athletes coming here to qualify yesterday. It was a hard round and very, very tight, especially for the final spots in through to the finals. So I hope that each and every one of you are proud of your achievements yesterday and today. So watching Lena's on the final climb, this dynamic swing across, getting this pendulum started, and he almost managed to stop on the first hold. We haven't seen anyone kind of attempting that. Yeah, and that's a flash. So Lena's flashed all problems yesterday, flashed 3 or 4 problems here today. There was one problem that stumped him. It was the overhang problem. But I think that was still enough. Yeah, it's still enough for him to win Nordic Championship Youth 19. But we still have Tilda Kosonen on the climbing wall. She cannot improve her position because she's already sitting in first position. Well done to her, but I am certain she will want to go out with a blast and top this corridor climb. So all focus on Tilda and her final 2.5 minutes. Oh, she's so close. She's so close. Oh, she's looking at her skin. I mean, that can't be good for the skin. Hopefully all these athletes have some rest days planned, assuming that most of them will want to go to the gym or climb tomorrow as well, but their skin's going to be sore. Especially those of them who have done slightly more attempts and slipping off these gnarly holds. And for those of you who don't know what it feels like, imagine putting your fingers on like sandpaper and then somebody just pulls your feet out. It just leaves everything you have on your hands on the surface of the climbs. All right, so Tilda is, oh my God, she's so close. 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes. And the venue is filling up. All the youth 17 and youth 19 athletes are here watching. We have more of a public or a crowd coming in. So I do hope that everybody in here is giving Tilda all they can. 1 minute on the clock. And there's the buzzer. I think it's wise of her to give it a little bit of a break. It is taxing to jump across. 40 seconds. This should be enough time for 2 good attempts, but hopefully she just needs the one. Oh, she's same position again. She's so close. 40 seconds on the wall. Yeah, and she doesn't know. She might expect that she's done well, but she doesn't know that she's currently sitting in first position. So she might actually also think that she needs this top in order to win, which we know that she doesn't because we can see the score, but she doesn't. So yeah, 20 seconds to go. Oh, and she sticks it.
Here we go.
Absolutely amazing. What an ending. 7 seconds on the buzzer. She tops all 4 problems in the final. And that's it for the U19 finals.
Some protests. And after that, we will nail the results.
So currently there is a protesting time. So any country wishing to question the results as they are currently standing, they have now a couple of minutes to hand in their protests to the judges. They will then look at the videos, make sure that everything's been judged correctly, and after that's done, the results will be set. So for now, the provisional results are Linus Kvarnström from Sweden in first, Herman Tidare from Sweden in second, Jonna Kero from Sweden in third. And then we have Emily Nuttinen from Finland sitting in fourth, and we have Olav in fifth, Elias, Hakon in sixth and seventh, and Noah and Theodore in eighth and ninth position. On the women's side, we have Tilda Kosonen from Finland in first, Carolina Österlund from Denmark in second, Jenny Haldorsdottir from Iceland in third, followed by Kaja, Kristine, Lea, Amalie, and Alice. So these are your 8 and 9 finalists that we have watched climbing over the past 45 minutes to an hour, something like that, and the provisional results. Currently waiting for the judges and head judges to go through any protests that might have come in before we nail the results. All right. Yeah, we're still waiting for the results to be finalized, but we will keep the results section up here so you can view it. And if any changes are happening, you will see them on the screen. The senior final will start with the observation at 1 o'clock, which is in 40 minutes, something like that. I will be back with you around that time. So have lunch, watch the sun if you have good weather, watch some other climbing, and get psyched for what is sure to be a spectacular senior final. Talk to you in a bit. Have a lovely day. So as you
Itching to get going.
can see from the images that we just pulled up, we're still a couple of minutes delayed. The route setters are putting up the final tweaks, holds, and setting up the starting positions for the athletes to try on. Different from the previous route is that we now have a set of 8 new, fresh, completely different boulders, hence the slightly longer break this time, and half an hour to build 8 problems. Set them on the wall is quite a short time, and the route setters are working really, really hard. And we will be with you shortly with the presentation of the final athletes that you can also see on the screen now, and the observation time. The men's final consists of 9 competitors, and that is due to one of the climbers who made it through to finals yesterday, Leo Shiba, qualifying in second, being out of competition for the Nordic Championships. He is a French-Norwegian citizen, and his transition to the Norwegian national team has not yet gone through, but he is going to be able to climb in the finals as a 9th competitor. But due to that, we've taken in 8 other athletes who are in contingency for the podium in the Nordic Championships, which Leo will be out from. Regardless, he's an amazing athlete, well worth watching, and hopefully next year for the the Nordic Championships, he will be able to compete fully. The female senior final consists of 8 competitors who all qualified in a super, super tight qualifying rounds yesterday. There were some amazing athletes who did not make it through. Very unfortunate. Same on the men's side. If you want to see the full results from yesterday's qualifiers, you can tag in to Climb Along and watch the results from the qualifiers, and you can get an overview yourself of how tight that was. That said, I'm going to drop out for a little bit and be back with you when we start the observation. See you in just a couple of minutes. Right, we're now ready to get going with the final of today's competition. Currently, we are introducing the athletes in the final, starting with the female finalists. We have now Clara Stricker, Isabella Edgington and Laura Loikas currently on stage. Denmark, Sweden and Finland. Liv Gyllenborg from Denmark running out on stage. She will be followed by Sunniva Øvre Eide from Norway and Ingrid Kindlingha, oh my god, my pronunciation, also from Norway, and Sunniva Eide Have from Norway as well. And finally also from Sweden, Emilia Andersson.
And then finally, last one out, Sunniva Eide.
I'm introducing them in the wrong order, I have a different list. But yeah, so these are your 8 finalists. 2 Swedes, 1 Finnish climber, 2 Danish climber and 3 Norwegian climbers, if I count them correctly. So introducing the men's senior final, we have the French-Norwegian climber Leo Chiba, who is competing outside of competition today due to not having had the transition to the Norwegian team fully completed yet. He's followed by Gard Kittelsen, also from Norway, and Axel Lindfors. And then we have 3 Swedish climbers in a row. We have Elliot Eriksson, who will be followed by Gabriel Kern. And finally Albin Meyer.
Moving on from Norway,
And then we have Per Kaspersens from Norway.
and the Finnish climber.
And the Finnish climber Riku Sinivirta.
And last, definitely not least, strong showing in the qualifications, Theodor Kirkebø.
And the last climber out today after a strong qualifying round yesterday is Theodor Kirkebø. And these are our finalists. And they now have 8 minutes to complete an open observation, meaning that they can walk around however they want to, focusing on whichever problem they wish to do. The men will obviously look at the men's problems and the women at the women's problems. During these viewings, they often discuss starting positions and possible moves together as a group, even though they are competitors, which it is an advantage to both sides, or regardless who you are, because you might not have seen something that another competitor have seen. But first and foremost, a lot of these athletes are also friends. They are competing obviously against each other for the results, but on a performance point of view, they're competing against the boulders, and though they all want to win, they want to do their very best, and they also want their friends to do their very best to be able to show off the vast potential that they have. And competitions being tricky, it's not always easy to be at your best on the given day at the given time that the competition starts at, and there's also the small aspect of just kidding, the aspect of nerves coming into play. It is a competition. They were competing yesterday. Sore bodies, tired minds. It's been a long day. We're nearing the end of the competition, and a lot is at stake. And then also, of course, they are seeing the boulders for the first time right now, and then once they're on the mats, they have 4 minutes to solve the climbs. So I'm fairly certain that every one of the competitors here are well capable of doing all of these climbs if they were given any amount of time, but they only have 4 minutes. So those of you who are, some of you might have been with us since the early mornings when we had the Youth 17 final and the Youth 19 final. This is now the senior final, the last of the 3 finals here today. And the climbs have been reset. The youth finals were climbed on a set of 4 climbers per group, and they were tweaked slightly between the Youth 17 and Youth 19 group. We might not have spotted the differences, but there were for sure many differences between the climbs, and the athletes felt them. But for the seniors, we've had a complete reset, so these are 8 new boulders for us to view and 8 new climbs to take in. Each climb starts with the starting position, which is indicated with the white long tapes. 4 tapes, each for one of the limbs that we carry, so 1 per hand and 1 per foot or feet. The athletes can choose which body part or limb to put in any one of these tapes, but all 4 needs to be marked in a controlled manner before the athlete is allowed to move on to the next hold. No other part of the climb is allowed to be touched during the viewing or during the actual climbing. It will be counted as an attempt, and they will also be told off by the judges. So you will see some of the climbers, we don't see many of them on screen right now, touching the starting holds, marked with the white tape, and then kind of imagining what to do with the rest of the climbs. This is perfectly normal. Halfway through the boulder problem, roughly, is a scoring hold, which is marked with a number 10. This gives the climber 10 points if they manage to get to that point on their first attempt. The last hold and the top hold is marked with a 25 point, awarding the climber 25 points if they flash, getting to the top in the first and 1 attempt. If they need more attempts than 1, a 0.1 deduction will be issued. So top on the second attempt is worth 24.9 points rather than the 25 points, and so forth. Meaning that a perfect round, topping or flashing all 4 boulders, will award the climber 100 points. And that is how we will try to separate our climbers. The qualification round yesterday for the seniors was insanely tough. I think on the women's side, you needed 5 tops. I think 1 athlete came through with 4 tops and one zone, and all of these tops and zones happened within 1 or 2 attempts. It was crazy tight. And the same on the men's side, they are separated by hardly anything. So it's anyone's game here today. As one person was saying to me earlier today, we didn't actually get to see what the athletes are capable of yesterday. So today they will be challenged because these climbs look hard. They will be tested on their ability to work out coordination moves and tricky sequences, their ability to stay focused and use their feet when they come to the slab climbs, and also on some more dynamic moves, swinging and hopping across the boulders. Like you can see in the left side, lower left side now, the men are visualizing how to get from the starting side, hopping over to the left and either stopping on the number 10 or continue the movement through directly. And you can see what they're envisioning and thinking about trying. It's really cool watching climbers talk through climbs. And we also have some supporters. We have this lovely little sign saying "Go, go, Sweden, go." Also sharing on the local climbers a little bit extra. We have some Swedish climbers in the final and some local climbers in the final, and we have some really, really psyched local kids being here sharing their favorite climbers on. It's very adorable. The Norwegian team is also very strongly represented in the final here, and they've been strongly represented throughout all of the finals. It's also a big group of super supportive climbers who are here to cheer each other on throughout the competition. Same goes obviously for the Danish team, who were the loudest yesterday. The coaches were super psyched, running around cheering the youth and the senior athletes on and making sure that they had the best possible preparation and route towards the finals that we've had here today. The Icelandic and Finnish teams being slightly smaller than the Norwegian, Swedish and Danish teams, still they're well represented here, and they've been well represented through the different finals. We also have Estonia here in the final with us, although they didn't, not in the finals, but Estonia here representing at the Nordic Championships. They did not make it through to the finals in the senior classes, but they were represented in the Youth 17. It's not last but not least, but a massive shout out to Grepp and Lerums Klätterklubb for organizing the Nordic Championships, obviously together with the Swedish Climbing Federation, and to the sponsors Scarpa, La Sportiva and the Flower Republic. Amazing work, everyone here, and to all the volunteers, the judges, people behind the scenes that we don't get to see, because if they're doing a good job, we don't know they exist, but without them, there would not be any competitions happening. So a massive shout out to everyone who's been involved in this, both yesterday and today, and in all the work leading up to the competition. And also to the 4 route setters, we have William Cheras and Joris Delahagev, I think from France, representing IFSC, so the International Climbing Federation, here as route setters, together with Björn Strömberg and Livia Ståhl, local from Grepp. They're the 4 route setters who've been working throughout the night and in the days leading up to the competition, making sure that our climbers are challenged in the appropriate amount of difficulty, generating good separation and spread, so that we at the end of today will be able to hopefully crown the winner of the Nordic Championship, but also solidify the podium. So I think we're nearing the end of the viewing soon. It's 8 minutes, as I said before. Quite soon after the viewing ends, the first climbers will get on stage, and we will start in reversed order, apart from Leo Chiba, who will be the first climber out due to the fact that he's competing outside of the Nordic Championships, but he's in the finals. So we will first get to see Leo Chiba on the men's 1. After him, we will get to see Gard Kittelsen together with Clara Stricker. And just as I said that, we're announcing the start of the final with Leo Chiba on men's 1.
3, 2, 1, and go.
And his time starts there. Leo has dual citizenship, French and Norwegian, and he's currently in the process of changing federation to the Norwegian Climbing Federation. These things often take a little bit of time. For that reason, Leo is here representing Norway, but his federation has not changed as of this competition, and he's therefore not allowed to win or take part in the actual Nordic Championship competition, but he's here, he's representing Norway, and he gets to climb on the final problems, and we get to watch him climb. Yesterday during the qualifiers, it was a very interesting climber to watch. Has good movement, good power, good route reading skills, so even though he's not in contingency, have a look out for him, because next year he will be competing for Norway, both nationally and hopefully internationally again. And the climbers have 4 minutes, and we have a small clock at the top center part of our screen as well, so you can see roughly how much time the athlete has left. And so for Leo, this is 2.5 minutes to complete his attempts on the first climb. His first attempt being a slightly more dynamic solution than what he's trying now, where he's doing it in a more controlled and static way, which seemed to work slightly better, getting to the 10-point scoring hold in his second attempt, and now only has to move to the top, which he does there. As such, Leo Chiba will finish problem number 1 with a score of 24.9.
Moving on. From Norway, Gard Kittelsen, and from Denmark, Clara Stricker. 3, 2,
And
1, go!
I love Clara was standing there dancing. Yes, so first competitors out in the Nordic Championship final. It's Clara Stricker from Denmark. You can see her on the left-hand side of the screen. And we also have Gard Kittelsen from Norway on the right-hand side of our screen on men's 1.
Right, come on.
Clara sticking the move to the first scoring hold. Now making her progress across this slightly overhung slabby bit. It's overhung where her feet is, and then it kind of slabs off a little bit towards the top. Having to work with the crimp and the position here. But she's making it through the top. Very, very well done from Clara. Beautifully climbed. And then we have Gard Kittelsen, who's alone on the wall for the time being, representing Norway, trying to work his way through men's one and just slipping off that tricky transition from the first hold to around the corner of the volumes. Two and a half minutes to go. This seems to be quite a strenuous climb. The climbers are resting quite a bit between the attempts, getting all that force through their shoulders, pressing up and pressing into these blobs. And as you might have noticed when Leo was climbing it, the majority of the black starting hold is dual tack, meaning that it's really, really slippery, and if you stand on the slippery bit, you're far more likely to come off the foothold that you're attempting to use than if you hit these chalked up textured parts of the hold. That said, a lot of the climbers nowadays are getting better and better at standing on the dual tack part of the holds. But you can just see how tricky it is and how much Gard's right foot is slipping on the dual tack part of the starting hold that he's trying to stand on. So for the first 4 or 5 climbers that we have out, we will see only one male and one female athlete at a time, making it 2 climbers to keep an eye out on. But from the 4th athlete, we will start looking at 2 climbs at the same time. So there will be 4 climbers on the wall, possibly 5 when Leo comes in and transitions on to his next climb. So it will be a lot of climbers to watch simultaneously. I will try and do my best to keep up with what's going on with all 4 climbers, and so will the camera man that we have on site. If you're curious about the results, you can hop in to climb along and follow the results live. They will be updated as the athletes progresses. As you can see now, for Clara's has been updated. So that's a way if you want to see how your favorite climber is currently positioned in the standings. I will try to bring that into consideration when we are nearing the end of the competition. But now this is just the first boulder. The first and second climber out. They both left the stage, Clara because she did the climb, and Gard leaving with 11 seconds on the clock. Now we have 2 Swedish climbers in view. We have Isabella Edgington on the women's number 1, and we have Axel Lindfors on men's number 1. Isabella went through yesterday's final with 5 tops out of 6 possible. She struggled a little bit with the slab. If that was due to nerves, we will see. There are slabs to come here today, but she was climbing super smoothly throughout all of the other climbs that I was watching, being very strong and determined in her movements. Similar for Axel Lindfors. Not Swedish climber, from Finland, sorry about that. I'm confused. Also making really quick work of the first half of the climb, but not getting his hands solidly on the top hold. And I think Isabella is still on her first attempt, making it her flash attempt, where we saw Clara getting this climb on her second attempt. At least that's what the scoreboard was saying. And that's Issy with a flash. Good start for her in the Nordic Championship senior final. And now we focus our attention to Axel Lindfors from Finland. Making sure to brush these holds. I think they are particularly prone to getting a little bit moist and slippery. They're quite rounded, and if the athletes are sweating through their hands, which they're bound to be doing due to the lack of skin after yesterday's qualifying round, even though these athletes went through it quite quickly, there is still the possibility of the holes getting quite slippery between the athletes. They themselves need to brush the climbs, which is why you will see a lot of them starting by brushing the climbs and also brushing between attempts. Unfortunately for Axel, he didn't manage to get up through the shoulder press as easily as he did on his first attempt. Still a minute and 30 seconds to go from his first boulder. Plenty of time to improve on his score. So that's the 1 minute buzzer for Axel. So he has 1 minute to solve the boulder problem. He got so close on his first attempt. I think he knows what he needs to do. Then it's just to doing it, which is kind of part of the trickery. Matching that hold, I don't know if that's what he did on his first attempt. 33 seconds to go. His first attempt was fairly quick, so he should have time, given that he doesn't slip in the start of the climb this time. Getting good height, getting his foot up, and now really, really pressing through his shoulders, standing tall to make room for both of his feet. This looks really nice from Axel. 12 seconds on the clock. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. And the crowd is cheering for him. 5 seconds. He needs to get both hands on the top hold, but he spins off. Oh wow, it was epic attempts from Axel. His first one was probably his best one, followed by the last attempt. Stuff happens. Still really well climbed. Now we will have Laura Loikas from Finland and Elliot Eriksson from Sweden. And Laura was flying through the qualifiers yesterday. Due to the finals being so tight, she qualified in third position in the end, but wow, she was climbing so well. Yeah, just look at that, the fluidity of the movements as she springs across. That was the kind of climbing that we saw from Laura yesterday, so yeah, well worth watching and learning from. Elliot, another really good and talented climber from Sweden. Looks like he's a little bit stuck. He opted to put a heel up on the starting hold, which I think kind of just locks the position a little bit. And unfortunately for Laura, she spun off the last section of women's one. Still 3 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to both rest and reset your mind and rethink, which is what it looks like Elliot is doing. I don't think his first method worked so well in his favor. Let's see if he switches this up somehow, either by opting to use a toe instead of a heel when he throws the left foot onto the big blob, or if he will try to do the same thing with just small tweaks in body positioning and body language. Both climbers back again on the wall. Let's see here. Much better from Elliot, I would say. Very dynamic, switching, getting his feet up. Maybe a little bit low. We saw that from Axel just before, that the higher they get on the leg, the left leg standing, the easier it will be to actually get the next foot in. Laura struggling a little bit with the move up to the top hold. I think the crimp on the volume, it looks really bad. I don't know if it's a positive edge or just a flat bit for them to kind of get a pinchy sensation on the volume with. I think she needs to turn her body around a little bit more before she attempts to stand up to the top. Elliot is still trying to figure out how to get through this first shoulder press. A minute and a half. Both of these climbs seems to be fairly quick once you figure out the method that you want to use. So yeah, unfortunately Lara slips, but she should still have enough time to get back on and have a really good attempt on the top sequence of the climb. For Elliot, it's a little bit more dear. He has not figured out his method around the start position on the first shoulder press, which also means that he hasn't had the opportunity to feel what the last moves feel like. And what we saw from Axel before was that matching that top hold was not easy feat. So hopefully Elliot will figure this move sequence out quite soon and give it one really good attempt on the top. Both athletes unfortunately falling off simultaneously. 40 seconds. But they're burning through attempts here, and that might come into play later on, though Lara makes that look like a child's game, just flying through the start sequence with such ease. But again, slipping off when she needs to press through the volume and using the foot. The foot volume is angled and it's also overhung where she's placing her feet, making it a lot harder to put pressure through her feet, which she needs to do in order to maintain body tension, similar to what Elliot is doing on the men's. That's their 4 minutes up. Both athletes will move back into isolation. And now we have Liv Gyllenborg from Denmark and Gabriel Kern from Sweden on Boulder 1. But we also have Leo Shiba back on the mats on men's boulder number 2. So Leo is starting the first round of multiple climbers, or more than 2 climbers on the wall at the same time. Right now it's just the 3 of them, but it will be 4 climbers during the next round. But for now we focus on Gabriel Kern and Liv Gyllenborg. Both struggling a little bit with the first move sequence on their respectable problems. Now Liv gets it. Let's see if she can figure out what to do with these 2 volumes here. Oh, and we just got up the 4-point screen, which is what we will be using for the next good few minutes as we have multiple climbers off the wall, and Leo Shiba just managed to complete his climb before we got him into view, so now we're back at watching Liv and Gabriel. Gabriel unfortunately slipping off like we've seen from some of the previous athletes, whilst it looked like Liv manages to get a top. Good start to her competition for Liv Gyllenborg. And as I mentioned before, yesterday's qualifiers was so tight that each of these finalists could be the winner of today's Nordic Championship Boulder Final in the senior category. Roughly 2 minutes on the clock, and Gabriel Kern from Sweden is the only climber that we need to focus on for the time being. He had a really strong qualifier round yesterday. He's done really well in both national and international competitions previously, so he is well capable of figuring this boulder out, opting for the dynamic switch that we saw Leo Chiba attempt to do in his first try. Gabriel just taking a bit of a rest. He has time for probably 2 good attempts and 1 slip in the start. But it looks like a really strenuous position to be in. So the question is if you want to do, I mean, obviously he doesn't want to do more attempts than he has to, but there is also a question of saving energy for the upcoming boulders. And this here looks so taxing. He's trying to get his right foot up, but doesn't quite manage to fit into that very, very small box. "30 seconds on the clock. If he wants to have a good chance at topping the boulder, now is the time to get started." It's getting into this position very, very smoothly, but it's from here that he's been struggling. Oh, he's so close to doing that double catch. And one more attempt from Gabriel. This might just be for the zone because 10 seconds might not be enough to manage to get to the top. It's a dynamic foot swap. Well, have to give it to him. He tried a lot of different methods, just wasn't able to figure it out in 4 minutes. Now we have Albin Meyer and Ingrid Kildhagen on problem number 1, and we also have Gard back on the mats together with Clara Stricker on women's and men's 2. So you see Clara Stricker on women's number 2 down in the bottom left corner. And we have Ingrid Kildhagen from Norway on boulder number 1 up in the top right corner. Albin Meyer from Sweden down in the right lower right corner. And also we have Gard from Norway on the men's 2. It's a very good start here from Clara Stricker. Oh, she just slips in the top. And we have a top from Albin, who almost falls as he's falling off the climb. Well done from Albin, getting away with the top. Also looking really good for Ingrid from Norway on women's number 1. Struggling a little bit with getting the foot up, but looks to be in a decent position and just being a little bit short on the move up to the top hold. Clara is attempting the overhang steep climb for the women. She is currently taking a bit of a breather on the mats, which is really wise because it looks like a very, very powerful and hard climb. And she fell on the last move towards the top, so she knows that she can do the lower sequence. She just needs to rest, rethink how she's going to do the last move, and try to commit to that. Meanwhile, we get to see a close-up here of Gard from Norway, climbing in the roof, the men's number 2 climb. We didn't get to see Leo Chiba climb the climb, we just saw his matching the top hold, so we know it's doable. And we have Ingrid back on the women's slab, quickly through the first section, which hasn't seemed to pose any problem for any of the women so far, but it's this part here in the end that has proven tricky. Although we know it's toppable, we have seen 2 tops of it. Oh, this is really smart climbing of Ingrid, getting the foot up on the 10 instead. This looks more promising than her previous attempt, but she still looks like she's struggling, but getting the hands on the crimp, and that's a top for Ingrid. Very good start to her competition as well. Heading back into ISO where she can enjoy a bit of a longer rest. We still have a minute and a bit on the clock. We have Gard back on the men's 2, trying to figure out his way to the point-giving hold, 10 scoring hold, but he seems to struggle a little bit with the volume pinches. And now we have Clara Stricker, who's ready to get back on with a minute on the buzzer, giving herself extra time in case of an early slip, but also having had, stuff like that happens. So that's why she started with a minute on the buzzer, so she has the opportunity to go again. She knows she can make it through and past this point. She fell on the move to the final hold on her first attempt. So this is for yet another top for Clara Stricker. Yeah, she's working through the sequence. She's got 30 seconds on the clock. It should be enough time for a proper attempt on the final bit of the climb, but unfortunately she slips a bit lower down than her first attempt. Still really, really well managed by Clara. Climbed really high on her first attempt and then gave it a good rest to give herself all the opportunity that she could to top it. Unfortunately, 2 slips prevented that. Okay, so now we have Per Ravio Kaspersen and we have Sunniva Övre Eide out on the first climbs, and we also have Isabella Edgington from Sweden on the second climb, and together with her we have Axel Lindfors from Finland on men's 2. Men's 2 and women's 2 you see on the left hand side of your screen, and women's 1 and men's 1 you see on the right hand side of your screen. No problem for Sunniva getting through the first part of the slab problem. Moving into the slightly trickier top sequence. Oh, and her heel just pops off and she slips. I'm sure she will make some corrections for that. We also have Isabella progressing through to the first scoring hold, grabbing a very gnarly crimp on the side of the volume there. And a quick top of men's number 1 from Per Kaspersen as well. Really good start to his competition. Let's see if Isabella can figure out this top sequence of men and women's 2. We saw Clara reaching for the next hold in her first attempt. Yeah, this position that Isabella is in now. So now it's the 1 move to the top, which is the next hold, slightly out of view from our screen. Oh, and similar to what we saw from Clara, she just pings off before she moves, unfortunately for her. Axel is struggling on the same part of men's 2 that we saw the previous climber struggling slightly with. I haven't been up to view it closely as the route setters were working all the way into our start of this competition, but it looks hard. And Sunniva from Norway getting the top of women's 1, which I think will be quite important if you want to place on the podium here today. Let's see what Axel can do here. If he's trying the same thing or if he will try something slightly different. Swinging into that and trying to grab it with both hands. So 2 climbers done with the boulder problems. Both Per and Sunniva have completed women's and men's first. So now we have Isabella from Sweden on women's 2 and we have Axel from Finland on men's 2. Both of these climbs being quite overhung and powerful. So resting between attempts, brushing and thinking about the strategies are equally important here. Is he managing to get back into the top part of the climb where the wall breaks off into a slightly less steep angle, but keeping your feet underneath where it's steeper, like you can see here now, and trying to press up is really hard. And similar from what we saw from Clara earlier, it seems to be quite taxing. The first attempt from both climbers really good, and then the second attempt not quite as good as their first one. But still enough of time. Issy is giving it a third, and it's going to be probably her final goal. Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. She's not giving up. Good fighting spirit from Isabella here. And Axel is trying to get to the first scoring hold, the number 10. I don't think this is a realistic attempt for the top, but getting a 9.0 something on his scoreboard is not something he's gonna say no to if he can, but he's denied that by the boulder problem, unfortunately. And now we have our second 2 last climbers out on boulder number 1. We have Riku Sinvarta on the men's number 1, and we have Emilia Andersson from Sweden on women's number 1.
3, 2,
And we also have Laura Loikas from Finland on women's 2, together with Elliot Eriksson from Sweden on men's number 2. All 4 climbers starting by brushing the holds. It is not as warm in here as one can imagine. It was quite warm earlier and now it's filling up with people again, so that also has an effect on the friction of the holds as we progress through the final. Doesn't seem to be bothering the athletes on the wall at the moment. Emilia hops easily across the first half of the slab. Laura securing the 10 points on her first attempt, which is also important. Women's number 2 hasn't been top before, so getting the zone quickly is going to be an advantage. Obviously getting to the top is even better. For Emilia, on the other hand, I'd say a top on women's 1 is, I mean, it's early days, but it really it is a toppable problem, so getting a top on women's 1 is going to help massively. Oh, and Laura, like what we saw from Issy and Clara, gets to that final move and just slips as they're moving to the top hold. Sneaky move by the route setters. And we have Riku from Finland on the men's number 1. He has a very taped up knee. I hope his knee is okay. Getting to the 10th hold, points on the board for him. Now it's just getting to that top hold, but not being able to control the speed and the movement that came with him going for the hold. Still plenty of time left, 2 minutes on the board. We have Emilia, Elliot and Riku still on the wall, Laura as well, but Laura is sitting down having a little bit of a rest. Just under 2 minutes left for these climbers on their respectable boulder problems. Emilia is back on the wall, easy through the first half, and now trying to figure out how to turn her body around and getting her feet up on the white blob, enabling her to reach for the top hold. We've seen a few different methods here. Unfortunately, spins off. Laura is back on women's number 2. I hope she's rested enough. We've seen that the subsequent tries from the athletes have seemed slightly worse than their first climbs. And Laura slips. I feel like we've had 3 very, very similar attempts on women's number 2. But it looks toppable. Just have to wait and see. We still have many, many more athletes to go. Emilia is now trying slightly different methods. She got her foot up before she matched the hold. This looks like a much better approach. And there's the top with 40 seconds on the clock. A top for Emilia Andersson. Well done. We have Laura back on the wall. 30 seconds to go. Should be enough time to get to the top of the climb. And we have Elliot on men's number 2. Also getting shot down on the same move that we've seen from the previous athletes. We have Riku on number 1. Similar struggles as some of the other athletes. Oh, that I like that movement. He managed to switch his hand down and palm press up. Unfortunately, he was running out of time. So the athletes are going back into isolation, and we're bringing out our final athletes on the first boulder problems. It's Theodor Kirkeberg and Sunniva Eik Have. And they will be joined by Liv Djurenborg and Gabriel Kören on boulders number 2. Theodor quickly into this awkward position with the heel and the shoulder, trying to figure out how to get his right foot in the position where his left foot currently is at. It looks like he's trying to crimp the edges of the volume. Oh, and we also have Leo Chiba on the third climb, which is to the left-hand side of women's 1. So we now have 5 athletes for the time being on the wall. We haven't seen much of Leo Chiba. He's been making very quick work of all of the boulders he has tried so far. We have Liv Lambari on women's number 2, sorry for that, trying to make this last move happen. Oh, she had a different position to the other women that have tried it. So she looked slightly more stable with her right foot on the volume behind her instead of just pressing to the wall. So she was a little bit short on the movement, and Gabriel from Sweden is sticking that tricky move to the volume, making it up to the point scoring 10th hold, but he's slipping. I hope he can manage to press into the position. Really, really strong work from Gabriel. Oh, unfortunately he slipped off just before he managed to get all the pressure through his feet. Still points on the board for Gabriel, that's really nice. And Sunniva from Norway, who qualified in first place, she's on women's number 1. No problem through the first section. None of the women has had that. Now to this part here in the end, where they need to figure out how to turn around the volume and getting their feet up in order to reach the top hold, which is a blocked crimp. So they need to move with a lot of precision, so they can't just throw themselves at it, then they will hit the blocker hold on top of it. So let's see what Sunniva can do on women's 1. And yeah, she's managing to work out what to do with her body, and that's the top for Sunniva on her boulder number 1. We also have Liv Gyllenborg from Denmark back on women's number 2. Let's see if she can get to the top on her second attempt. She's still on the wall, which is good, pressing through her feet, but she looks to be in an uncomfortable position, really struggling with the holds and the position to hold, and she's just short again. Really close, 50 seconds on the clock. It's enough time, but she won't have time to rest. But does she need to rest? I don't know. Maybe she doesn't need to rest. In that case, she has enough time to get to the top. Gabriel also had a second attempt, or third, on the men's 2, unfortunately slipping on this pinch here that he's now managing to secure. I think it should be enough time for Gabriel to get to the top. This looks so much better than his first attempt to the point scoring hold. Yeah, into the gnarly crimp. Oh, unfortunately he falls off in the transition, but yeah, that was a really good attempt from Gabriel. Super solid climbing. Theodore on boulder number 1, unfortunately not making headway. And now we're moving our full attention to women's and men's 2 and women's and men's 3. 4 athletes on the screen at the same time, 2 women, 2 men. And we have Ingrid from Norway on the second climb of today, and we have, I think it's Clara Stricker, back on the mats for women's number 3, and we have Albin Meyer on men's number 2, and we have Gard Bang Kittelsen from Norway on men's number 3. Not quite sure what we're waiting for, and they're off. So this is our first proper view of women's number 3. Clara skipping across it quite easily. It's another slab, slightly different from women's number 1. She has to sneak across very carefully, using these volumes and the small chips that has been put on them. Standing up into the inverted dish and then trying to hop to the top. Albin is making quick work, but unfortunately he slips off the 10th scoring hold, but he was getting through the first kind of tricky positioning of men's 2 with ease. Women's number 2 still hasn't seen a top, and that is Clara Stricker topping women's number 1. She's on fire tonight. She did the first climb, she did the third climb, she had very, very strong attempts on the second climb that we're seeing Ingrid on right now. This is going to be a very tight finals in the women's competition. They're all climbing so well. So here is Ingrid. She's edging her way to the top hold. She has one hand on it and she tops it. And that is the first top of women's number 2 for tonight. Amazing done. And Albin has caught, oh, I hope he's okay, fell on his back, so. Now we have Gard from Norway on men's number 1, fumbles the quite finicky catch of the 10th scoring hold. Let's see if he has better luck this time. Unfortunately, his left foot seems to be slipping off the starting volume a little bit. So he's giving that some brush. Same goes for Albin, brushing up the pinches and some of the footholds, which he is using. Yeah, that's better from Gard. He's now back on the wall, and now he needs to start moving across the sequence of black volumes and the grey volume. He's not allowed to touch the edge of the wall above his head, even though he could reach it. If he does that, he's going to be called down by the judges. They're not going to pull him off the wall. That would be rude. But yeah, so he's taking good care not to get into close proximity with that top part of the wall. A minute and a bit on the clock for these guys before they head back into isolation and get to rest a little bit. "30 seconds, it's enough for 1, potentially 2 more attempts. I think Albin is just going to go for the 1 attempt. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, now he's awarded the 10 scoring hold. Gard is back in the same position as we saw him before. This is where we saw Gabriel struggle, and unfortunately we lose Albin in the same part of the boulder and not enough time on the clock to give it another attempt. Gard is still trying his very best to rush through a slab. He's okay, he's standing up, walking back into isolation. So now we have Sunniva Övre Eid on women's number 2, and we should have Albin Meyer on, no, we do not. Let me check, I got lost in my own list. We have Isabella Edgington on women's number 3, that much I know, and we should have Axel Lindfors from Finland on men's number 3. And we have Per Kaspersen from Norway on men's number 2, and he is joined by Sunniva Övre Eide from Norway on women's number 2. Yeah, and that's what if you saw what Axel was doing there, he accidentally grabbed the top part of the wall, which is not allowed. He knew it, so he jumped down. That happens so easily when you're moving on a slab like that. It's slightly insecure, and your mind just reacts and you grab onto something, which is also one of the reasons why there aren't any additional holds on the wall. When we're doing competition climbing, if you're climbing in a normal climbing gym, there is always a lot of routes up that you can try, and they're quite often crossing and intermingling in different ways. In climbing competition, obviously it doesn't look great, it makes it harder for us to do our job, but it also increases the possibility of the athletes accidentally touching or using holds which aren't included in the climbs. Also saw Axel try to go low instead of going high. It looks like it might be possible. There is a small jib that he's brushing on one of these holds, and I was wondering that when I went to look at the climb, if you're supposed to go low instead of the normal slab footwork across. Let's see if that will work out. We have Isabella on women's number 3 in the lower right corner. She needs to slowly make her way over, but she doesn't quite manage it. Isabella struggled a little bit on the slab yesterday as well. Let's see if she can pull out some slab whiz moves and make the final slab happen. Yeah, now you can see here what Axel Lindfors from Finland is doing. He went low and he's using the volumes. But from this position here, he somehow needs to, it's the same as the men's one again. Like, he needs to get both of his feet up. This is so hard. And and just as he gets his foot on, he pushes himself off the wall. At the same time, we also have, I think it's Per Kaspersen, getting really good progress on the men's number 2. Getting his foot on, and let's see if he can make, So he's managing to turn around and get through to the next half, where we saw both Albin and Gabriel struggle earlier, but unfortunately he falls off as he's moving to the top hole. And Sunniva just falling out of the picture frame again. Isabella from Sweden back on the women's 3 slab. She's been at this point of the slab before now, and now she just needs to figure out how to get the next half of the slab done. Standing up, this is looking really, really good from Isabella. Slightly better than her previous attempt. Still needs to fall. And she just slips. And we have Axel back, and similar to his previous attempt, he just pushes himself off the wall in the very, very last minute before regaining balance. 11 seconds on the clock, and the 2 women are still climbing, and Axel is being really kind and wants to brush away the chalk marks that he left. But yeah, he was brushing a little bit in the end of his time. So we're moving on to the second to last climbers on to boulder number 2. We have Emilia Andersson from Sweden, and we have Riku Sinvarta from Finland, who's ready to attempt boulder number 2. And we have Elliot Eriksson from Sweden on boulder number 3, and we have Laura Loikas from Finland on women's number 3. Easy work from Elliot getting up to the first scoring hold. He immediately jumped up and managed to stop the movement. Similarly, Emilia making good work to the first scoring hold on women's number 2. Grabbing the tricky crimp and starting to move up to the head wall. We know that this climb is toppable. It's been topped by, I think it was Ingrid. The men's route, men's number 2 is toppable. We've seen a top of that. Men's number 3 hasn't seen a top yet. Women's 3 has been top. We have Laura skipping across. Much better from her this time. Managing to stop with her feet between the 2 white tubes. Grabbing onto the point scoring hold, and now making her way up the slab into the second half of the climb. And Elliot is also back on the wall, quickly skipping across. Let's see what he will try now. I think he was trying to go high the previous attempt. Yeah, he was. He's gonna try that again. searching for something to stand his foot on. Ooh, and he just missed that. It looked really good. I hope he tries that again with slightly more precision, because I think it might work. And that puts him in a really good position for actually matching the top hold, where we saw the previous climber having to try to mantle up on non-existent holds. It's not great. Laura is back on, and she's skipping across, making her way towards the corner that she has to transition around before attempting to grab the top. Oh yeah, and there we go. Elliot tried it again, and he's now trying. It's just one small movement left. He needs to match the top hold with both hands, and so he does. Really well done from Elliot, who manages to top the climb. All boulders in view have now been topped by at least a athlete, so we know they are absolutely doable. A minute on the clock. Still plenty of time for these 3 climbers to improve on their scores. I think the only improvement on their scores from where they're standing right now is to get to the top. It was a really strong move here from the Finnish climber Riku, who just campus switched. I wonder if this has to do with his taped up knee. He seems to avoid putting it into a very scrunched position, but regardless, it's working really well for him. In the meanwhile, we also have Emilia making her way towards the final section of women's 2. This is really exciting. Oh no, and they both fall at the same time. That was intense. The split screen was hard trying to follow both of them as they were moving simultaneously towards the end of the climb. Unfortunately, they both slipped off at the very, very end. All right, this is now the final climbers on the second problem. So it's the last time that we get to see this climb in this competition, possibly forever. And we have Sunniva Eik Have from Norway, and she is joined by Theodor Kirkbø, also from Norway, on women's and men's number 2. And we have Gabriel Kern out on the slab, males number 3. And we have Liv Gyllenborg on women's number 3. Theodor seems to be making very, very quick work of the first half of men's number 2. And we have Leo Shiba outside of view, but I think he just flashed that climb. So that is Leo Shiba's competition done. Unfortunately for him today, he's outside of the Nordic Championship competition, but he got to practice, and we have a top from Theodor. I wasn't going to say he got to practice, he doesn't need to practice, but he got to compete in the finals alongside these athletes, which is really nice. And we have a top from Sunniva on women's number 2. Wow, this final is really picking up in speed. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, Leo Shiba, he is a French-Norwegian citizen. He's transitioning to the Norwegian Federation, but it has not gone through as of today. So he's therefore here competing outside of the competition. He's been allowed to qualify and take part in the final, but he cannot place in the Nordic Championships this year. Hopefully for him, and also for us here enjoying the climbing and the competitors, next year that will all be settled and he can compete for the Norwegian Federation completely. That said, we have now both Gabriel and Liv on the slabs. Oh, Liv just fumbles the catch to the palm press hold, and Gabriel, let's see if he can make it. And he's touching the top hold, and that's a top for Gabriel. Really improving on his scores. And I've just been informed that for the scores from boulder number 2, we are struggling to get the results into the Climb Along app. So if you're sitting at home watching the result list on Climb Along, we are working on getting the connection with boulder number 2's scorecard to get it updated. 1.5 minutes on the clock, and we have still Liv Gyllenborg on women's number 3.
Thomas. Problem 2.
We still have Liv on the wall with 30 seconds to go on the slab. She's had 2 really close attempts. Hoping she can pull something out of the box here on the last attempt, but trying to stress through a slab is notoriously very hard. So I hope she's keeping her calm and her cool and just slipping on that really gnarly foothold. Well, that is Liv's final attempt on boulder number 3. She's heading back into ISO. Recharging for the 4th and final problem. Have Ingrid Kindelhagen from Norway on women's number 3, together with, I think, Albin Meyer from Sweden. That's correct. We also have the first look of women's number 4 that we should have Clara Stricker on, and also a better look of men's number 4, which is Norwegian climber Gard Kiltesen, who is doing his final climb of the Nordic Championships. Same goes for Clara Stricker, of course, being the 4th and final boulder for both of these athletes. After these 4 minutes or less than that, it's the last thing they will do in this competition. So best of luck to both of them. I hope they are being cheered on by their friends and families on site and in the stream. And Ingrid and Albin are on the 3rd climb. They still have this climb and 1 more climb to go before their competition is over. Ingrid is slowly creeping over the slabby bit, getting to the part here that we've seen some of the athletes struggling on. Standing up, crossing over and getting into what I think is a palm press overhead before going around and popping to what I think is a fairly good top hold. Albin is getting stood up quite easily. Now he needs to slowly move through, and oh, it's so close. Really close from Albin. Just need to slow that movement down a little bit more and he should be able to be stable. And from that position, we haven't seen anyone fall as of yet. Clara is struggling a little bit with the shoulder pop to the blocked sloper. It's not a jug what she's going for, and it's quite far, and it's also leaning towards the right, making it very tricky. And we have a top from Ingrid. And at the same time, Clara also stopped the starting move, and now she needs to jump across. She's hesitating a little bit. Oh, wow, that was... What a spectacular ending of her competition. That was fantastic. She looked a bit hesitant, but once she sprung off, she was so determined and she moved super well. An amazing competition by Clara Stricker. Now she gets to sit down in the crowd and watch the other athletes climb on the remaining boulders. Her competition is done. Now she can just wait. And we have Norwegian climber Gard on the men's number 4 with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Sticking the move to the crimp, and oh, I see. Well, that's going to be challenging. So it's a 1, 2, 3 move probably, hopping to that bit and then moving to the next one and continuing the movement to the top hold. Kind of flashy endings to both of these, both the women's and the men's senior finals, with these kind of jumpy, flashy moves so that the athletes can go out with a bang like Clara just did, just flying almost off the camera angle of the screen. 20 seconds to go. Think this might be Gard's final attempt. Ooh, oh wow, full on commitment. Oh, he's back on. 8 seconds to go. I mean, it climbs fairly quickly, but still with 4 seconds. Ooh, oh wow. Really good competition from Gard's side too. We're moving on with the next round. Nearing the end of today's competition, we have Axel Lindfors from Finland on men's number 4. And we have Isabella Edgington from Sweden on women number 4. We have Sunniva on women number 3. And we have Finnish climber Riku on men's number. No, we have the Norwegian climber. Yeah, Norwegian climber Pat on men's number 3. Wow, that was a very dynamic way of doing the slab move. Still, it works for him. Isabella is working on the palm press into the blocked sloper, whilst we can see Sunniva trying to figure out how to get across on the slab. I think she's opted for a slower movement than what we've seen from some of the athletes before. Nonetheless, it was successful. Let's see here, Isabella is doing the hop to the top, similar to Clara. Beautiful. It's a beautiful way to finish off her Nordic Championships senior final. Isabella Ellington from Sweden. Now she gets to sit down, chat with her friends, and enjoy the rest of the climbing in the finals before she knows how she and her competitors and friends have done in the last final of today. Pat is getting to the point where he needs to find something to press his foot onto and step across. Just a slight misjudgment of the depth of where he needed to place his foot. Think he can work that out fairly quickly, and at the same time we have Sunniva going for the top, and there is a top for Sunniva Øvre Eide from Norway on women's number 3. Really solid competition from all the climbers so far. The Norwegians doing exceptionally well. And Axel Lindfors from Finland is trying to hop across and establishing himself on the 10-point hold so that he can progress further along the climb. And oh no, he just slipped off, but at least he managed to get through to the 10-point hold. And we also have Pat back on this position here. He had a really good attempt before. Let's see if he can land his foot a little bit better. And oh, he just slips off. But with 1 minute to go on the clock, I feel like he still has enough time to work that out. And it seems like Climb Along has recorded all of the results so far. So on the right-hand side, you can see the women's standings as of now. Please do bear in mind that some of these climbers have 1 or 2 climbs to go still. But Clara Stricker and Isabella Edgington have finished their competition here today. Clara sits in first and Isabella sits currently in third, with a lot of climbers still to come. Meanwhile, Axel also says goodbye to his climb. It's hard to speak when the crowd goes crazy. We had a buzzer beater top from the Norwegian climber Per in the very, very end. I'm also quickly showing the results on this as they stand in the senior final. Bear in mind that Leo Shiba is not taking place in the Nordic Championships as of this year. So we have Emilia Andersson from Sweden on women number 3, the slab in the lower right corner. We have Elliot Eriksson also from Sweden on the 4th and final climb of today for him. We have Laura Loikas from Finland up on the top right corner attempting the flashy women's boulder. And we have the Finnish athlete Riku on the men's slab. Those are the 4 competitors currently on the mats or on the wall. Emilia trying to work her way through the slab, stepping up and then walking back down again. And we have the Finnish climber trying the lower method that we saw earlier as well. We have seen the high method work. We haven't seen the low method work so far, and that's Emilia Andersson making really, really quick work of the boulder number 3 and the slab. So back into isolation for her. She gets a couple of minutes extra rest before attempting the 4th and final problem, which currently is occupied by Laura Loika from Finland, who is finishing up her Nordic Championship competition with this flashy boulder. She and the 2 men have 2.5 minutes-ish to go before the round is up. Oh, Laura is making this move really interesting, but yeah, so she's on this final jump, which, just maybe being a little bit short on the jump, but she made the move up to the number 10 look quite easy this time, so hopefully she has energy to spare so she can repeat that and go again. Meanwhile, we have Elliot on the men's 4, managing to stop on the 10th scoring boulder, and now he needs to do this. Okay, he doesn't need to do that, he just went straight to the top. Really smart climbing of Elliot. He broke the beta, as we say. He figured out a way that was easier than the route setters intended, and he walks away with a top. And Laura Loikas making the move back to the previous high point position, look as smooth as ever. Jumping, she's still just a little bit short on that move to the top hold. 1 minute and 15 seconds, she still has time. And we have the Finnish climber Reiku on men's number 3, the slab, and he's gone low, and now he needs to press himself up into position, into standing position, yeah, like this. And he just loses balance. I really want to see that climb being done with that method too, because then it's been done with 2 different methods, which is always fun when a climb can be done like that, at least when the methods are equally hard. Laura just kicking herself off the wall, maybe getting a little bit tired. It's the end of a long weekend and end of a long day. She's still gonna give it all she can. Jumping up. Yeah, I think she's just running out of steam a little bit. Yeah, I think that's her done. Just signaling to the judge that it's over. She's gonna now go and sit down and have a rest and watch the final climbers on stage. Yeah, and now we have the final athletes out on boulder number 3. This is the last we will see of this climb. We have Sunniva from Norway on women's number 3, and we have Theodor also from Norway on men's number 3. We have Gabriel Kern from Sweden on men's number 4, and we have Liv Gyllenborg from Denmark on women's number 4. This is Gabriel and Liv's final climb of this championship. Let's see what they can make of that. We saw just now from Elliot that the men's number 4 can be done without the very tricky corridor move. going straight for the top instead of doing the tac-tac coordination part. Theodor just going a little bit too fast to the 10-point scoring hold, falling off slightly whilst Liv gets into position. Oh, she just swings off that, but it looks like she knows what she's doing, so I'm sure she will figure that out within just a couple of attempts, or within this attempt. And yeah, that's Gabriel. No problem. That's a good way for him to finish his competition. He's walking off the mat, can now go and have a chat with his friends. He's one of the local climbers here, so the crowd goes quite wild when him and his friends are doing well, which is always a lot of fun to hear and see. And we have Theodor making the move across on the slab, quite easy, and yeah, no problem. 2 minutes left on the clock and he can walk back into isolation and get ready for the final climb of today. Sunniva just struggling a little bit with getting the weight over on her foot and standing up on the slab. And slips in the start slightly. It happens, but she's good. She's still on the wall. Yeah, she's running across quite quickly. Now she's getting into the position where she will start to try and get some height and stand up. But as you can see, when the footholds are quite insecure, she's trying them, and it looks like the foothold she's on now might be blocked by a blocker crimp, making it even worse than what it would initially be. This looks really good from Sunniva. Oh, she just falls off. 1 minute and 20 seconds should be enough for at least one good attempt and maybe two. You can also see the standings as they are right now in the women's final. We have Liv Gyllenborg also on this climb here. We get the split view so we can see both of them at the same time, which is nice. Sunniva was really close on her previous attempt. I think she knows what she wants to do, but it's so easy to push yourself off the wall like that. 45 seconds. Now they're both starting to get a little bit pressed on time. Let's see if Sunniva can figure out a way to jump across this slab. And Liv not quite working out how to stop and transition to the 10th scoring hold. I think that's Sunniva saying enough is enough and walking back into isolation. And this, she still has one more boulder to come. So back in for some rest before her final climb. And that's also Liv Gyllenborg's time being up. I think she will finish in 8th position as of now. Still, regardless, a really, really good competition. And now we only have one problem to focus on for the time being. We have Ingrid Kilnhagen from Norway on women's number 4, and we have Albin Meyer on men's number 4. Nearing the end of this year's senior final, we have 3 more athletes, well 4 since the time just started, 4 more athletes to go, these being the 4th to last ones out. We have Ingrid Kilnhagen currently sitting in 2nd position, having topped the 3 previous boulders. We have Albin Meyer currently sitting in 2nd position with 2 tops and 1 quick zone attempt. We have also seen that the men's 4th problem is breakable, where they have gone from the 10th scoring hold straight to the top instead of doing the coordination hand movements, bringing them first left and then back out to the right. Still a lot to play for, still a lot of climbers to come. So these 2 athletes will definitely give it their all. If not, they want to top every single climb that comes in front of their faces. Look, now Albin is... Oh, that's interesting. He went 2 hands like that. I wonder if he will also figure out that it's possible to go straight to the top from that position. Ingrid has made it through to the 10th hold, and now it's the flashy jump to the top, which we have seen is droppable. Unfortunately, a little bit short, but still better distance and height than what we saw from Laura Loikas before. I think she can probably recover and give that a little bit more of a kicker so she can make it all the way through. Let's see what Albin tries this time. He tried to go left, right, left. He tried to go double, and now he tried to jump to them too. Interesting. I love to see them trying different things with each and every attempt. He's brushing that hold, so he seems to be wanting to use that. And Ingrid is back on the climb, making the transition to the number 10 quite smoothly this time. Let's see if she can kick off a little bit harder. And she can. Oh, she almost dropped it, but she managed to get it, and that puts her in preliminary first position. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard and tight. She's only missed 4 attempts in total. So her final score is 99.6. 99.6 is the score to beat. And I think because Leo Chiba is out of competition, I think Albin's current position is actually first position in the Nordic Championships, because Leo Chiba is currently sitting in first position in our climb along app. So I think maybe Albin is provisional first. Oh, just a little bit short on the jumps. Yeah, so Leo Chiba being out of competition for the Nordic Championships, meaning that Albin Meyer is in provisional first, Gabriel Kern provisional second, and Per Kaspersen from Norway provisional third position, with 4 or 3 climbers still to come. So don't forget that 3 climbers still to come. These are provisional results. This is Albin's final attempt. Oh, and he's so close. I really wanted him to do that. Oh, he's going to give it another go. Good sport. Good sport. I mean, it's a quick climb. Oh, I just love how these athletes, they give everything there. They're not holding back. And Albin can now go and sit down, have a rest, and watch the final climbers climb. So I think we now have Per Kaspersen from Norway on men's number 4 and Sunniva Øvre Eide on women's number 4. They're both currently sitting, well, Sunniva is currently sitting in provisional 4th position, which she can improve on by, I think, getting just the 10-point hold or the 20-point hold, of course. Per Kaspersen is in provisional 3rd. Leo Chiba sitting in the 1st position in the app system, but he's out of competition. Or outside of competition. It's not out of competition, it's outside competition. Sunniva struggling a little bit with the start of women's number 4. Had an early foot slip and then didn't quite figure out the movement across to the right. We've seen that from a few of the athletes. And let's see what Per is trying. Oh, he's really close on what I think is the intended beta. Or if the route setters just sat that to trick people into doing that move, because it looks a lot harder than just going straight. Here we go. Sunniva is working out the sequence and learning with each and every attempt. Plenty of time on the clock. Per struggling a little bit with stopping on the 10th hold. It's a very small crimp and they do hop across there with quite some force, so it's not so easy to just break the momentum, similar to what Sunniva has to do, and now she succeeds in stopping her swing before it kicks her off the wall. So Sunniva now has this flashy jump to the end of her competition and doesn't quite get the trajectory right, but she got a lot of speed and power and length. So if she can turn that into a right trajectory movement and moving her hands at the same time, I think she will be able to finish this competition with a top of the 4th boulder. A minute and 20 seconds left of Kasper's and Sunniva's Nordic Championship 2026. Enough time for a couple of attempts, or now he's trying to go straight up like we've seen some of the others do. It's good to see that it's not as easy as some of them made it look like. A minute to go should be enough for 2 attempts each. Sunniva, currently sitting in 4th, needs a top to improve on her position, or the results position. Per Kaspersen from Norway, currently sitting in provisional 2nd. 40 seconds to go, and that's the end of their competition after that. So one last spurt of energy and they can rest. Let's see if Per is trying to go straight or what. He's doing the tack. Oh, he's so close on getting that. And Sunniva is just slipping off with her hands and the feet on women's number 1, not being able to get back up to the 10th scoring hold, from which she needs to launch herself to the top hold. This looks better, but it's so shoulder intense and she's just spinning out across. We have Per back on the climb and he has 6 seconds to go. It's a buzzer beater, but both of them are falling off at the same time, and that is that from them. Super well done from both Per and Sunniva today in the finals and yesterday during the qualifiers. Second to last climbers out on stage, we have Emilia Andersson from Sweden and we have Riku Sinvarta from Finland, currently sitting in 5th and provisional 6th position. And Riku is off, making quick work to the 10th scoring hold. And Emilia is also getting started. Ooh, Jesus, what a fall. Emilia trying to figure out how to either stop or move forward from the starting hold. Let's see what she's opting for. Yeah, she's going with her hand. We've seen that work for some of the climbers, making it look super smooth and easy. It seems like Riku is going to attempt to utilize the 2 very flat bits on that volume in his next attempt as well. We have seen this climb done by going straight up to the 25 hold by some athletes. So we know it's doable in different ways. It's just looking really good from Riku. He's managing to hold the pendulum, but he's using the backswing to propel himself back out to the right. But he just needs so much more speed and power through that movement than what he generated in his second attempt. Still 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the final climb for both of these athletes. Emilia seems to know what she wants to do. She just needs to get a little bit more height than what she currently is generating. We've also seen people do that move by stopping with their foot instead of going with her hand, like Emilia is doing here. Both methods work. It's just a question of what suits you as a climber. That was better from Riku. It still looks so much harder than what we've seen from the athletes who just go straight up top. Oh, he's eating. He's getting some energy whilst he's on stage. Why not? Yeah, for his biceps, correct. And the crowd is behind him. It's lovely. It's an amazing atmosphere here today. It's a lot of people. It's the end of a very, very long day. I think most of the Youth 17 and Youth 19 climbers are still here. Their podiums are still to be, the podiums are set, but the prize ceremony is still to take place. I think a lot of the teammates from the different countries competing here today, they're still staying here cheering on the senior athletes. Oh, Emilia is switching her method. That looked kind of promising. 1 minute to go. But we also know that the end of women's fourth is droppable. The first athletes out to try it, they made it look easy. Now that worked really well for Emily. It's just a third way of doing that. And she, and Emilia gets a top on women's number 4. She gets a hug from one of the local kids cheering her on here today. It's very lovely. And now there is only Riku from Finland, who's 30 seconds or 20 seconds left on his final, attempting to go straight to the top, but he was a little bit short. Let's see what he's opting for in his final attempt. 10 seconds to go. There is time to finish it off, but he needs to move quickly, and unfortunately for Riku, I think that's his final done. And now we have the final climbers out on the final boulder problem. 4 more minutes to go of the final of the seniors competition in the Nordic Championships 2026. Sorry. We have Sunniva Eide Have from Norway. And we have Theodor Kirkebe, also from Norway, on their final climbs of today. We've all seen the climbs, we've seen them done in a few different ways, so now it's up to the athletes to figure out what sequence works for them. And do bear in mind that these athletes have not seen how their friends have done. They've been in isolation, they have no idea what possible methods have been tested, failed or succeeded with. So it's up to them to use everything that they can about climbing competition, their own body and movement, to see if they can climb to the top of the final climb. And Sunniva is progressing. She's trying slightly different things every time, and the same for Theodor. He's managed to establish on the 10th scoring hold now. Let's see how he's attempting this move. Oh, it's good attempt on the tic-tac-toe part of the climb. I'd really like to see somebody do it that way. I don't know if that's how Leo Shiba did it. We only got to see him grabbing onto the top hold, unfortunately. And Sunniva is using the shoulder press, and I think she's moving her foot out at the same time, going both hands. Interesting. 2 minutes 15 on the clock. They still have time to change their approaches and their methods, or choose to try harder. But I mean, they're trying really hard. They're giving everything that they can on the mats. Theodor easily back into the position where he was in. Ooh. And just not getting the speed and the height that's required to match that and move forward. Let's see what Sunniva is doing. Oh, both hands. She's trying different things every time, which is really nice. Let's see if she can figure out a method that works for her within the remaining 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Come on now, all you got. Good time.
This is the final. She's getting closer, And she's getting, I don't know, she screams in frustration, but she looks fairly happy. So I hope she's happy. I hope she's just psyching herself up. I know she can do this, but I mean, it's been a long day, it's been a long weekend. Oh, that was Theodor almost swung, he actually projected himself back downwards instead of upwards. And that's the beater for the 1 minute left, the final minute of the Senior Nordic Championship final 2026 from Grepp in Lerum. We have Norwegian climbers Sunniva and Theodor on the mats. The final climbers out today. They're currently sitting in 6th and in 4th position, trying to improve on their score. They would need a top at this moment. There's 30 seconds left. We know that these climbs are quite quickly climbed once you figure out the method, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that these are the final attempts that the climbers have. Sunniva not working out the sequence required to get across to the number 10 hold, but she's not gonna give up. She is improving, and so is Theodor, but with 6 seconds left on the clock, I think that's that. Yeah, that's the end of their final. It's the end of this year's Nordic Championship. And we have just been watching the senior competition. Earlier today we have the Youth 17 group and the Youth 19 group, and this was the final of this year's competition. And you can see the provisional scores as they stand. We have Ingrid Kindhagen from Norway in provisional first, Clara Stricker from Denmark provisional second, and Emilia Andersson from Sweden in provisional third. On the male side, we have Leo Chiba, who's not part of the Nordic Championship. So he is first, but first in the Nordic Championship competition is Albin Meyer from Sweden, Per Kaspersen from Norway, and Gabriel Kern from Sweden. These are your provisional results. The delegations now have about 5 minutes to hand in any potential protests if they have noticed anything not correct during the competition. So 5 minutes to hand in these protests. If any are handed in, our judges will look at the videos and rectify any mistake if such is detected, and then the score will be updated. But I will leave the scorecard running as it is now. If that happens, there will be a change in the scores seen here. Whether or not they will affect the actual standings is still to be decided. So stay tuned for the prize ceremony, where we will give out the prizes in all 3 categories at the same time. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to let you enjoy the views of the climbers trying to figure out what this 4th climb is actually about. Thank you so much for tuning in to our live stream. I hope you've enjoyed the climbing as much as I have. Everyone competing here both yesterday and today have done amazingly, and they should be extremely proud of themselves, and so should both Grepp, Lerum, and all the volunteers and judges who's been working throughout this competition. Thank you so much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen.
So starting the prize ceremony for the youth climbers, male 17 group. Gabriel from Norway stepping up onto the podium, receiving his trophy. And it seems that he will be given some flowers as well from the lovely children. Yeah, so he gets a trophy and some flowers. Lovely. And in the second place, we have Leo Rao from Finland. He comes running, and he will receive his trophy and also the flowers. And the applause from the audience, of course.
And highest on the podium. From Denmark,
and in first position from Denmark, we have Noah Nielsen. Climbed really well through the finals. This took place early in the morning today. It feels like it might have been a couple of days ago, but it was just a few hours ago. But we've seen and experienced so much climbing since then. These three guys get the applause from the audience, and we will now move on to the prize ceremony for the female youth 17 category.
Yeah.
Oh, they're squeezing onto the podium. That's lovely.
Moving on to the females. All the way from Estonia, Ellie.
And the third place in the youth category for the women under 17, we have Ellie from Estonia. Yeah, she's been waiting a long time for the prize ceremony.
Great timing. Second position, Denmark.
In second place, we have Ronja Sang from Denmark.
And taking the gold. All the way home to Norway.
And in first place from Norway, we have Virginia, who will be completing the podium for the youth 17 women's category. Applause, flowers and trophies given here on site. Attempting more boulder problems than the ones they've done so far. Yeah, flowers onto the ground. Trying to get up. Oh wow! Yeah, that's a feat in itself. It's amazing that they managed to do that without the box tipping over or them falling. Congratulations to all the youth 17 climbers for their amazing work here today. So moving on to the youth 19 category, men's group. In third place, we have Jona Kero from Sweden.
Second place. Even closer to the Lerum. From Lerum. And on to the other.
And Joining him in second place, also from Sweden, is Herman Tidare. And completing the Youth 19 male podium will be a third Swedish climber, and that is Linus Kvarnström, who will be making his way onto the podium. So Linus Kvarnström is completing the all-Swedish podium in the Youth 19 male category. So there is your male Youth 19 podium from today. Jonna, Herman and Linus, all three from Sweden. And then we have the women's Youth 19 category.
Thank you very much. On the female side, U19.
And in the female Youth 19 we have Jenny Hallirsdotter from Iceland. So Jenny Hallirsdotter is making her way onto the podium. She will receive the bronze trophy. Joining her in second position will be Caroline Österlund from Denmark. Making her way onto the podium and receiving the silver trophy. And crowning the podium of the Youth 19 female group is a Finnish climber, Tilda Kosonen. Oh, here we go. I was getting worried that some of the athletes might have already started to travel homewards, but she's still here. That's lovely. So the podium in the Youth 19 female category is now being completed with Iceland, Denmark and Finland represented. Well done to all of the climbers today. So now the only prize ceremony, or they're attempting to do this. Whoop, whoop. It's wobbly, it's wobbly. Yeah. That's really nice. Just be careful of getting off the podium. Here we go. So now we have the prize ceremony for the senior competition left to do. The most recent final that we just watched.
Starting from third position.
In third place. In senior male competition, we have Gabriel Kern. In second position and second place, we have the Norwegian climber Per Kaspersen. And finally, in first place, from Sweden, Albin Meyer. So that's your senior podium. Sweden, Norway and Sweden.
Yes.
And they're doing the balancing act.
Would also like to honor. Guys, wait a minute. If we swing around. Leo, are you here? Get up here, Leo.
And we have one athlete who this year was not allowed to be part of the Nordic Championship, but he placed first, and that is French-Norwegian climber Leo Chiba. Hopefully next year he will be able to take part in the Nordic Championship as a whole. We didn't get to see much of him on the stage because he was climbing all the boulders really quickly, but he is presented with flowers and he gets acknowledgements from the crowd, which is lovely. He did such a good job here today. Hopefully next year he will join us in full capacity. So in the
Republic, as well as the organizers from Grepp, the Lerum Klätterförbundet. Amazing work. Now that is taken care of. In third place, the female final from Lerum Klätterförbundet, Sweden, Emilia Andersson.
So in the third position in the female senior category, we have Emilia Andersson from Sweden. In second place, we have Clara Stricker from Denmark. She climbed super well today during the final.
From Denmark, Clara Stricker.
And in first position from Norway, we have Ingrid Kildhagen.
Taking first. Best female boulder climber in the Nordics. From Norway, Ingrid Kildhagen.
And Ingrid is now making her way onto the stage. And she will be receiving her trophy and flowers from the prize ceremony children here. And that will be all from this year's Nordic Championships 2026. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Grepp, Lerums Klätterklubb, Skarpa, La Sportiva, and the Flower Republic. Hopefully see you again next year in the Nordic Championships competitions. Well done to all the athletes.
I want to thank everyone for coming. Thanks to Iceland, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Estonia, and Sweden. And all the audience. We will see you this fall in Finland for the League Championship.